get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the chain. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Let's I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
crossing here, has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
Oh, send him in through the front, trying to be the tripwire to. They've all got to push him towards the house.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the third day of PMPL EU Fall 2023. We're halfway there. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Kalaris. I seem to have shrunk a little bit, or just gone a little bit further down into my chair, but I am happy to be here. Kalaris, you excited after yesterday as well?
Yeah, definitely, especially considering that MADBULLS was able to eventually wrestle first place off of Titan, and weirdly, I felt like MADBULLS has been slightly quiet, even though they've basically got themselves 6 podium placements. So, you know what, they're just really good at the video game.
Who can blame them? So if you want to stay up to date with what happened yesterday, what's happening today, and what's happening in the future, make sure that you check us out on socials. It's PUBG and Mobile Esports Europe, and all the updates will be on there. You can watch the shows, you can watch the clips, you can laugh at some of the sometimes funny jokes that get posted by Max, and make sure that you follow us on Instagram because there is currently a giveaway, and maybe you can have a winner chicken dinner IRL and qualify for some of these prizes, which Kalaris is very happy about.
Yeah, like the killer whale. But you know what? Look how angry that shark cover looks as well. I need all of these in my life. Max, give me them. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, let's see if that works. Let's see if Talent is allowed to request some of these giveaways. We're going to have to wait and see. But today, as usual, it's going to be a total of 5 battlegrounds that we're going to be going on to. Maybe not identical to yesterday in terms of the order, but definitely identical in terms of where we're going. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, followed by another Miramar and Sanhok. And just to make sure, you know, that every single team gets to play the maps an equal amount. Seems fair, right?
Yeah, and it's the biggest kind of stretch between the maps today compared to anything else, right? 2 Miramars plays very differently to 2 Sanhoks here. So for the teams, it's because the Erangel is usually that middle ground. So we've only got one of those here to really kind of satiate our team. So it's going to be a lot of adaptation on the battlegrounds required for the teams.
Adaptation and endurance. We're going to be testing those today, but just to see where we're starting off after we closed out yesterday. Let's have a look at the overall in terms of which teams are at the top. And as Kalaris already very obviously predicted, is that MADBULLS are sitting on the top, regardless of the fact that I do agree, it felt like they were a little bit more quieter, but then again, Titan on second after the 35-point game. I think it just kind of warped our perception of how everything's been going.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see Titan have a little bit, it's ridiculous to say this because they're in second place, but I would like to see them have a bit more consistency about being able to attain those top spots, right? Because if you think about day 1, yes, you get that first place with an insane elimination count. You get yourself a 3rd place with 7 elims. But since then, not been able to get a podium finish just yet. Yeah. So again, it's a small sample size. So we'll see if they can iron things out.
Yeah, was it a flash in the pan? Will it continue to happen today? We're going to have to wait and see, because when we're looking at VIRTUS.PRO, it feels like it's actually the complete opposite. They had a really good day 1, they had a really good day 2, and they're very slowly but surely climbing the ranks. Major Pride and the MUERTE kind of woke up a little bit more yesterday to get those chicken dinners, they get the podium finishes, they get the eliminations, and that's what we wanted to see from them. So I feel like all these teams have now so far been living up to the expectations and to what we're thinking. We're going on to the second page, however, to see how teams have been performing more towards the bottom end of things, and that is where for me it's really Gladiators that is standing out, because seeing them on 10th place, double digits, 1-0 for Gladiators, that's really crazy to me.
Yeah, for anybody 7th and below, it's been absolute famine, to be perfectly honest. Yes, we've got some podium finishes here and there, but nobody 7th or below has been able to get a win on the board just yet across these 8 games, because, you know, so many have been soaked up by the likes of MADBULLS as well as VIRTUS.PRO. So with Gladiators down here, they're going to have to start getting back on the horse, getting themselves some wins on the board, and getting some, you know, better podium finishes. They've only had a 3rd place and a 2nd place thus far, with not a huge amount of eliminations, which we know that Gladiators is very capable of. So let's see if they can bump up today.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that we're going to have to wait and see. And again, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is the halfway point. At the end of today, we are halfway through phase 2. We then have, surprise, more games on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it's genuinely do or die for a lot of these teams, because you want to get these points going. We said having a slower day 1 is okay, you can get a couple of points. Having a slower day 2, potentially you can get away with it. But now that we're really getting into the thick of it, I think stepping up, getting these points, getting that consistency, getting the eliminations, that is what we are looking for, especially when we're looking at the likes of Major Pride Colares, because this is something that is not just affecting their standings here at Fall 2023 and PMPL EU, but also PMGC points are on the line.
Yeah, one spot available here for the teams, and right now MADBULLS was initially running away with it, but Major Pride's done quite a decent amount to try and catch up with the position that they found themselves in. Now, do bear in mind, MADBULLS started quite far behind Major Pride here at the start of PMPL EU Fall, so they were able to make a lot of groundwork up, especially in that first phase here, as you can see with the fall points, 347 right now against 216, but the battle is back on here. I think Major Pride can definitely catch up to where we're seeing MADBULLS at the moment. I think even Gladiators could catch up down the line. 100 points is not technically out in the realms of possibility for a team as storied as the Gladiators.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the spring points as well, just to highlight how big that gap was and how much MADBULL has been putting in the work, it was a little bit over 100 points.
Yeah.
And now MADBULLS sitting on 30 points ahead. That is a really scary situation for Major Pride to be looking at. And I'm happy to see that yesterday was that day where they have just come into shape. But then we're also looking at MADBULLS, and MADBULLS was also playing very aggressively yesterday. So it's a matter of who's going to be on the server gaming harder.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as you say, if anything is to take away from the fact that you have that 100-point lead in spring, it gives rise to the fact that Gladiators could easily do it here throughout fall as well. That being said, with MADBULLS looking as consistent as they do, first place in phase 1, currently first place in phase 2 as well, with a litany of great performances across each battleground, it is going to be difficult, and you would almost directly have to target MADBULLS. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be playing your own game and seeing how it goes, because Gladiators could easily make that work too.
Yep, absolutely. And if the madness that we've seen over the last couple of days hasn't been convincing you to just really love every single one of these games the way that they've been played, we're going to have a little bit of a refresher of what got all of us shook to our core yesterday, because we have no idea how that played out. But you know what? Just have a look, guys, because I don't even know how to explain it.
From the bullet fire, but Doran's up close, sends a nade, and looks pretty much on target here. Jackie sends another just to be sure. Now looks up towards the rest of the team. This is some mad plays coming from this guy. He does not want to go down without swinging. He's got 7 nades still in the back pocket. He could just bombard them, Jackie.
He's the human grenade launcher. How has he got so many nades in the back pocket? They just keep coming. Look at him lighting up the skies as they fly through one after another. Ba-bam, blowing them to bits, detonating on them. That's absolutely disgusting from Doran. And he's still got 2 left.
7 nades. Where is he getting them all from?
Where have they come from?
He's going to do another. This man has thrown 20 nades in a single match. Here we go. In comes the mortar.
He won't stop. It's one after another. It's right on him. Limbo's been blown to bits. Doran, the human grenade launcher, again. He's reloaded and just keeps firing them off. Fum, fum, fum. They all go out bit after bit. Look at these trails.
That's actually going to go close to it, and they're backing up.
Bing, bing, bing. That's all I'm hearing, okay? That was incredible. The amount of grenades in one game. 18!
Yeah.
Doran, how?
Absolutely ridiculous. What a moment we witnessed here from Doran. And again, it came off the back of them being able to wrestle the position of SBG. I can only imagine there was a lot of body boxes there for them to be able to constantly be picking up nades. And the funny thing is that, oh yes, Doran was able to do this, but alongside him, Redox was throwing so many nades as well. Honestly, there was probably something like 25 grenades in that area alone for them to all just pick up and start lobbing across. It was something amazing to witness.
It was beautiful. Chef's kiss. That was entertainment at its peak, honestly. But besides the fact that the grenades yesterday completely blew our minds, I think another thing over the last couple of days that has really stood out to us is the fact that when we're looking at VIRTUS.PRO and the fact that Jackie has joined with the cast.
Oh!
What's going on here? Like, I just want to have a conversation. Let's just bring all of them into a room and ask what's going on. Is this a good luck charm? Is he like the cheerleader? I don't understand it.
So 2 things that we could extrapolate from this. One, it's just science. Look at it.
Oh, yes, yes.
The numbers speak for themselves, right? You could even change it to Jackie casting versus John casting. You know, that could be a thing as well, right? I mean, that's another difference here. But Jackie, the good luck charm, the mascot, the maverick of VIRTUS.PRO. what a lad.
I feel like at this point, Jackie should ask VIRTUS.PRO to maybe be the official mascot and every month get paid a little just to be at the games, you know, a little cheering here and there, a little dancey dance. I mean, it's really working out for VIRTUS.PRO. If I was a VIRTUS.PRO fan, I would only want to see Jackie on cast.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But to bring this to serious mode for a moment here, they won 3 games in 4, right? Okay, so we came off the back of them winning the last round of day 1 here of phase 2, and then they came back in, bang, another chicken dinner. Next game, 12th place, who cares? Bang! After that, another chicken dinner here. So really, really impressive stuff from them. It shows that I think from phase to phase, they used those 7 days wisely to be able to get in the right mindset, maybe kind of analyze, okay, where do we want to go? What priority positions do we want to take and how can we play from those? It did look like a slightly different VIRTUS.PRO from phase 1. However, I mean, the individual components of VIRTUS.PRO already kind of gave us the idea that this team could be good on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have what it take individually, and just that week off, as you mentioned already, seems to really got the team to gel together very well, and that's what they needed. So it was a yeet for the nades, it was a bam for VIRTUS.PRO, and then it's a pew pew for MADBULLS, I guess, considering how consistent they have been with getting the eliminations on the board over the last couple of days and play days. This is just a team that continuously is blowing our minds by the improvement when we're comparing them day after day. And you said it yourself as well, Colars. It felt like they were a little bit slower yesterday, but if anything, we're comparing it to day 1. It's an improvement.
Yeah, so I feel like obviously we had the lull over the last 2 days of phase 1 and MADBULLS kind of felt a bit invisible there. It's not like here in phase 2 they've done anything incredibly flashy, but they've just been ultra consistent up towards the top. Even the games where they didn't get podium finishes, it's a 7th place, no elims at the start of the phase, and then a 12th place, but with 6 elims. So even when they're kind of going out early in some of these games, they're still able to take people with them. And they're such a strong fighting force that the fact that they're able to get themselves into these right positions, they can play central and they can play edge. Regardless of where you put them, they're always going to be an extreme threat on the battleground.
Yeah, absolutely. And something as well yesterday that was a bit more apparent was their confidence coming into this. They were just full sending it. They were not afraid to take on these fights, and they were going for a lot of picks individually, but also as a team, as a roster. And I think that's something that we were lacking from them on day 1 of Fall, so maybe just a slower start from them. But then that really brings the question to me of how that is going to be in a lobby against a VIRTUS.PRO and against a Titan, who are very much, I feel like, on the same level when it comes to that aggression, as well as Major Pride also waking up.
And I think MADBULLS as well as Titan, these are 2 teams that pose an extreme threat in the late game, even if they're not 4-man, right? Like, we know that individually, all of the talent on these 2 rosters especially, I think you could probably extend this to some other rosters as well, but these 2 specifically up at the very top.
Absolutely.
Even when they're 3 at the very end, you can't count them out of a victory. Even when they're 2, I think sometimes you can't count them out of a victory as well here. So I think some of these other teams have got to be kind of more rounded to try and challenge these 2 teams at the top here if they want to try and look for a championship gold.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're talking as well about more rounded, I think what we've seen from Gladiators is instead of them really being able to come into the lobbies and be such a danger, it felt like more Gladiators taking a step back in terms of that individual decision making and just like being really quick on it. Whereas MADBULLS, they haven't really taken a step back, they're just continuously taking a step forward. So what can teams do in the lobby to become a little bit more well-rounded and actually be able to deal with them?
Well, when it comes to dealing with them specifically in the late game, it's hard to, you know, kill feed count and kind of figure out exactly who's who based on slots in lobby, etc. But if you can identify it, somebody like MADBULLS on the edge of a circle, for example, and things like that, you need like almost a lobby-wide effort to be tracking that and then being able to shut them down upon entry. Because again, as I said before, it's not just their central play that's strong, it's their edge play that's strong as well. And that's the best times that you can try and shut them down, is when they find themselves in those edge scenarios. And most of the time when they do find themselves there, it's usually on Erangel, more so than other battlegrounds. So maybe that you could find something to exploit there against them, but it is hard to say right now.
Yeah, they're looking very strong. They're looking like the perfect team that is really in contention of taking all of this away. But then we're looking at VIRTUS.PRO as well. And maybe we're not saying that they're currently looking like the perfect team, but the improvements that we've seen from them from phase 1 into phase 2, to me, is absolutely mind-blowing, which brings the question of what exactly changed in their performance that has put them from being the bottom performers on most of the maps to currently genuinely being in the run-up to the first team.
It's a good question, and I do kind of boil it down to what we saw from their individual players on different teams in previous seasons, right? So that's quite a long-winded thing, but let me explain. When they were playing previous seasons, they were slow starters as players. They're trying to assimilate as much information about the lobby as possible in some of those early games and those earlier rounds, and then bring that to the forefront later on once they've been able to assimilate enough information about their opponents around them. Not only that, but again, I do feel like there may have been a little bit of a change between phases when we had that 7 days break, in terms of them identifying, okay, we need to be here faster. We need to make sure we hold down this location and play out. Because interestingly, their average survival time is actually extremely low at present, compared to what you would normally see from a third place team. But even in a lot of those situations where, you know, they get a 7th place or an 8th place, 4 eliminations, 10 eliminations in that 8th place game that they played, which really set the ball in motion for them to then get 3 wins out of the next 4 games that were coming up. So I could go on about it forever, Jenny. I'm gonna shut up.
No, it's so good. This is what we want to hear. We want to kind of dig more into some of these individual teams and what has been their recipe for success, or maybe for some of the other teams, what has been their recipe. I don't want to say disaster, but rather not really being able to meet the mark in terms of gathering the points. And I think that's the thing for Gladiators as well this time around. It's a team that's being held in very high regard, and it's also a team that, when we looked earlier today at the PMGC points, they are sitting on 3rd, and they're not too far behind from Major Pride, which then, to me, kind of is a little worrying to see them over the last couple of days. And I know there have been changes, but how long realistically before we should really sound the alarm bells and think, okay, this is looking very scary for Gladiators?
I think Gladiators will have sounded the alarm bells last night after the games that occurred throughout the last 2 days. Why do I say that? Well, in phase 1, and I think Blank probably agree with me because we kind of talk about these things ad nauseum after the shows and stuff like that. In phase 1, Gladiators looked a bit more rapid in their responses to how circles were shifting and them trying to kind of seize sometimes more central positions. Even though they're still good edge play wise, sometimes they can be a bit slow on the uptake when it comes to edge play, and I think we've seen a bit more of that here in phase 2, and that leans back into what Gladiators was previously practicing compared to in phase 1. So I want to see them reinvigorate again and be a little bit more speedy about their rotations today.
Yeah, just go, 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 pedal to the metal, and that's what we're going to be doing as well. So thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible. We're going to be heading into our first game of today. We got Jackie and Blank, so let's see if the good luck charm continues.
I do love it. I'm so glad we've just fully embraced like the VP, like talisman charm sort of vibe I've been going for, Blank. We've kept it going. It's 2 seasons now. How much longer does it go on for?
I mean, I don't know what's going on, but it's working, right? They've kept you on the keyring chain. It's what it's all about, and they're heading towards Miramar now. And I think, you know, Clarissa actually brings up some good points. Look, yes, you are the talisman, right? You are that charm that's bringing them all that good luck that they need, and they are really running with it. But there has been some good work from them behind the scenes as well. We can't discount that, really. Come on.
I love the fact the argument now has to be like, well, look, Jackie, I know you're doing a lot for VP. I know, like, you're really helping facilitate these wins.
So much coaching.
We got to give some of the props to the players. Like, yeah, all right, I guess.
Yeah, so, yeah, come on, man. But look, I think that the way I look at it is that Clarissa is completely right. They're a bit slow starters, but I think the one caveat to that is that the reason their survival time is so low is that when they do have those 4 members, when they're playing together towards that end game, that's when they really pop off. You know, they've had those big chicken dinners so far, and that's what's been really working out for them. And I think one of them was on Miramar up towards Junkyard area, so I think that right now this could be another map for VIRTUS.PRO in the bag to get themselves back on top, because Titans have leapfrogged them, you know, second place now, 89 points. And despite everything, you know, Titans, yeah, they had that massive match right at the start of the tournament, 35 points, so almost a third of their points from one match, which is a little bit crazy to see. I think you look at them coming into this one, I don't want to see Robs going down early, I don't want to see a little bit of a wide split right at the start of the game, because it is being punished. I think that they should have identified that by now, coming day 3.
Yeah, because when they start to fragment a bit more, right, when we're seeing them sort of split off into those earlier duos, obviously there's thought process behind it. Sometimes it works, but it feels like the amount we see it pay off versus them just actually playing more of a raw kind of wolf pack style of PUBG Mobile the whole way through the game, I think bodes well. That definitely suits their style an awful lot better, and it does worry me when you see old boy miles away from the rest of the squad, or Robs just kind of off trying to get himself a bit of ground loot early. Never feels like it bodes well, but so we'll check in on that one. We'll see how that's going to develop, because of course for Titan you're still in good spot in terms of the standings, but you want to push that further. You don't want to fluff your lines, you know, after the hard sort of graft you've put in, especially with day 1's games. Now we're coming up close towards sort of the mid portion of the week, right, day 3, before we have that a little bit of downtime with the break. If there's any opportunity to get a few more points out of it, this is the time to do so. Can't really let it fumble any more than they have.
Yeah, we don't want to see a midweek wash here from Titans. That's certainly something that I really would be sad and dismayed to watch on our screens. Old boy did pick himself up a nice little vehicle down towards that south side of the map, and if you want to drive straight over towards our social medias, you absolutely can. Just make sure to take a little break, a rest stop over at the gas station, pull out the old phone. Once you're stopped, obviously, braked, in the safe position.
Seatbelt still on.
Seatbelt still on, just in case. You know, you never know. You never know. I'd head over towards Esports PUBG EU over on YouTube, as well as Instagram, to pick up on all the latest memes over on PMPL EU and all that latest info. No Mercy Warriors right now rotating over towards Valdemar. This is going to be a western rotate. We did get our circle on screens. It's up towards that north side, Jackie.
Big old north circle to start off the day. And I'm glad as well, like when we came into this one with today's opening map here, Miramar, for our initial battleground, right, touching on obviously the VP banter, it does go back though, because we've seen, I think, you know, even in terms of it being a slightly different roster with them, it feels just like they've got something going for them on Miramar as a whole. Every time we see them end up here, it seems like the decision making has been really clean, specifically if they're able to just sort of weather the storm throughout the first few circles. The longevity of the game for him has been great. So I would hope that with it being Miramar as well, this could be a nice sort of springboard for us to continue on some of the points that the desk was making back at the start of the day. We can also see what's going on here with MADBULLS. Now, MADBULLS, mate, if I'm really giving props to anyone, honestly, I feel like Zerich, the level of form that we can normally expect from him, he's been surpassing that in a few of his moments. The decision-making from him, backed up by just that unbelievable level of aim that he has, Blank. Past few days, he's been looking so crisp.
Zerich kind of was like that captain of PMPL EU. Like, he was so good. Very difficult to come up against him a lot of times. He will just take you down. And he looked very crispy with it back in the day. A little less so over the past couple of months, where it just feels like a lot of the other squads, a lot of the other members on his team have been the ones taking the brunt, doing the heavy lifting. Flique had his little moments over towards, you know, maybe 3 months ago in that time period, where he just sort of became that really reliable member on the team that you could absolutely expect to just play as a solo and pop off. TUNA was a little bit too aggressive for our liking in the past as well. He switched a lot of that up. So you had Flique, you had TUNA. Frozen is playing a really good backstop role now as well for the team, just to be able to support them. And it was always that question now just put on Zerich, where it's a case of, will he return to form anytime soon? Because once they made that split between him and Effect, which was just the god duo in PMPL EU, they felt almost unstoppable for the longest period of time. Once they split, it sort of felt like Zerich fell into a bit of the dumps, right? But now he's climbed back out again. He's had a shower, and he looks great. He looks great on the screen, and that's what you want to see from a guy like this, because now everyone else has had to pick up the slack to perform really well. In a way, it's worked out fantastically for the team, because they realized they couldn't rely on Zerich, and now now there's not so much pressure on him. He is just popping off. It's really, really good to see. And I think the team's sort of benefited from him taking almost the back seat in some of these games.
No, you're absolutely right. It feels like, you know, there is a little bit more room for them to pick up the slack amongst themselves. And at the end of the day, that's an awful lot better to watch. You know, just the way they're playing now, the decision-making looks a bit cleaner cut. The trades come in a little bit quicker as well, usually. So it's nice. We'll hone in on what we're seeing here, though. Meanwhile, in the background, we've had PERMITTA and Team KASIK just having a bit of a tussle between one another. English was able to isolate one of the players all on his lonesome. That was Temp that was on a bit of a outward angle, so he's been finished off. Information from the rest of the PERMITTA squad, but they're relatively fragmented, also eating a bit of damage as well with the fadeaway nades. Afis tries to support, tag back onto English, so a bit of damage done from the sidelines, but it seems like they won't be permitted to survive on this one for too much longer, Blank.
It's a difficult engagement to be taken here for them. I mean, Major Pride's actually moving up towards the spot right now. You can see them off on the top right of your screen. Those yellow markers just approaching from the backside. It's an instant knock over towards 2. English is straight back down again. And Nomi's taking some beautiful shots. This is probably the best time for them to come into this third party. They didn't wait too long. They didn't make sure this fight was a bit too quickly taken either. So they just waited for a couple of those knocks to pop off in the elimination feed and then just went from there. And to be fair, for Major Pride, this fight looks extremely easy, and it's because they've set themselves up for an easy fight at the end of the day. I think a lot of times Major Pride's been suffering over on Miramar because their rotate on this south side has been a bit treacherous. This is actually going to give them a lot of room to work with now because they've got practically Picardo as well as the ridge side off towards their east, a bit more free to work around. I think for Major Pride, the one big caveat here is they need to not too hard commit on towards this. It has been a fair few times in the past where they'll try and pick up every single elimination and possibly another third party comes through. I don't think it's worth it. I think they've done enough in this situation. They've done their job. A lot of these eliminations could be picked up later on, because right now, both KASIK team and PERMITTA are in really difficult spots with just 2 players left alive.
Yeah, you've really kind of sliced them both right down the middle. The timing on it all was actually quite nice from Major Pride. You know, prime opportunity for a third party where both teams are so damaged, so weak. You can go in, clean up with a mop and bucket. And then, like you're saying, don't overstep the mark, right? You know, it's one thing to be a big fish in a small pond, but you stay there for too long, someone else might swim over. So instead, they hunt the one player that was on his last legs. And now it seems like they're starting to rotate out as we can see what it's looking like in terms of the rotations here as our teams start to move in.
Ooh, that is a really big shift down towards that southwest side. It will help some of the teams that were on the south in the first place. MADBULLS is going to be pretty happy with this one. Yeah, they're going to be in the blue a little bit longer, but they could go for a wide wrap down towards Lavandita, maybe swinging underneath Power Grid. But for Major Pride, they've cleared a lot of this area already. They've made space for themselves. They can move down towards the south, maybe pick themselves up a compound along the way or pick up some high ground and then just work from that. I think what they will have to be worried about is over towards that eastern side in San Martin, that plateau where players can slowly creep their way up in. I'm looking at Dagestan as well as KONINA Power, who have both made their way over to that position nice and early. But I think Major Pride, this was perfect timing on the third party into a perfect timing on this zone shift. They instantly regroup, reassess the scenario. They're not going for the wide split. This is looking very promising from Major Pride off the back of some strong wins yesterday.
Major Pride is starting to look, you know, more like themselves at least. So I would hope that you can follow suit. Yesterday was chock-a-block full of shenanigans, really. We had some players that I would imagine we probably won't be seeing again anytime soon, but I'm glad we definitely had replays of coming into today's matchup. You know, the human grenade launcher. We were few and far between with moments of boredom yesterday. It felt like the entire day just had so many exciting moments contrasting one another the whole way through. And Major Pride was certainly a part of that. Had some big wins under their belts. You know, took the chicken dinner here and there. We're looking like they were getting into the groove of things quite nicely. So to start it off with a good foot forward coming into today's play day, it does bode well for them. We got SHOCKWAVE here though, clashing up against the Titans it seems, as utility is being dashed out early. That one's going to go a bit far. The nade probably falling a little bit further back there than you'd want to try and connect onto Old Boy. Icy jumping back into the driving seat and looking to reposition though. Rob's got a bit of a better angle to work with, but oh wait, what's this on the horizon? VP starting to come over and get involved as well. So suddenly this one developing into a full scrap.
I think it's quite difficult as well. I mean, Kaz at least gets Elementrix on the trade there, but Titans have already stamped their mark on this engagement. And again, it's pretty typical behavior from Titans to send two over towards that western side, get themselves a little bit of an angle on. Termina's now worried which side does he focus on, needs to help get Wagnazada back up on his feet. But Titans, they take their opportunity. They just move in. That's really smart from Titans. And I think, again, this just shows the caliber of team that they are. We know them as just these hunting dogs, right, at the end of the day. They just send to a lobby. Havlik is amazing these off angles. When it comes to fights, when it comes to engagements, they are top tier, bro. But they do also know when it's worth it to leave a fight. They leapfrog Shockwave in the process. They can move further down towards that south side. If they didn't do that, there's a world where they get locked between Shockwave and VP. They never leave, and it's left to them just being in this horrible position for the rest of the game where likely they're going to go out early. Circle does shift again down towards that south side. So Power Grid, the focal position on the map now. This is a difficult area to play. As you can see, there is a bit of high ground around here that you can mix in on, but Titans coming up against Shockwave once again. Havlik going massive at the moment. That's 3 down already. The M249 just lighting them up with the amount of bullets left in the chamber too.
Man, we talk about the attack dogs of Titan. They try and make you think that they're going to rotate off, that they don't want to contend with you. Lures them into a full sense of security, and then they just re-aggress on it and clean up massively. A lot of damage done on this one. Been able to rinse your way through Shockwave. Shockwave, not a squad to turn your nose up at either. But here comes the Gladiators. Didn't expect them to pull up to the party. Meku instantly gets stuck into the thick of it. That's 2 big knocks as well. Some of the high impact players on the side of Titan now tossed to the wayside initially. And Meku's still roaming with this, putting bullets down range to tag up Old Boy so he can't be revived, making it a high pressure situation for the remaining players on Titan to figure out how they want to play this one. And he just hops back in his vehicle and breezes out. The rest of the squad wasn't even directly behind him. Basically just Mr. Solo Dolo, who's caused so many problems. And now Titan off of the back of thinking, great, we've been able to buy our time. We've completely cut our way through Shockwave. You're down to just 2 players and you're forced to give up the goose of any sort of advantage from that fight.
Yeah, not easy whatsoever. And I mean, for Titan, again, that's one of those situations where they make the right call, they make the right play, but they've always got to be concerned about those third parties because that's exactly what they were able to capitalize off the back of. It should have been in the back of their mind that there might have been a team down towards that south side in the compound. So as soon as they cleaned up that engagement between them and Shockwave, they should have been playing the ridge side behind them. It's a tough call to make in the moment. Obviously, there's a lot that just happened in a short amount of time for Titans, and it doesn't always come to pass. Right now, with the circle the way it is, Gladiators are looking a little bit more aggressive, which is great to see, quite honestly. It's not something we see too often from them over the past 2 days, but I think they've got it back in their heads. They just need to go for more of these engagements. They do lose Matic, not good for them. Now down to 2. In the meantime, it's MUERTE versus VULGAR. And then a massive turn of events. I wasn't focusing on it too much. They just get absolutely ripped to pieces, but that's alongside with the help of Major Pride.
Hey, didn't expect that one. MUERTE, one of the few times in this opening battleground that we've had them on our screens, and they've been deleted. Foops, man, with support of the rest of VULGAR, definitely showing vulgarity coming into this one. Eating nades, though, as Major Pride look to re-aggress. Keep in mind, they've already started to farm up a few elimination points into this one. They've got 5 in the total tally, and they've got so many nades. Everyone saw the highlights from yesterday. It feels like it's been non-stop nade city already here on Miramar with the amount of explosivity we've been seeing. Take a sec, though, to get your teammate back up on his feet. Foops, man, shrouded by the smoke. Anomi, at least he's opted to double back. Plays off of his teammate here with effect. You know you've got high ground to work with. Don't put all your eggs in one basket and end up with them shattered.
I think the difficulty here for Major Pride is they're forced to play this 2-2 split, right? Because Power Grid is such a big place at the end of the day, and there's a lot of entrances to it where you can actually slowly make your way in. A couple of smokes here and there would do the trick for you. So for Major Pride, they do have a big task on their hands. They're lucky in the sense that there is a lot of ground around them, which is just completely flat.
Meku, we're talking about flattening. That's what he's been doing. Man, it's crazy how crisp he's actually looked coming into this one. Even here, stalwart defense, at least trying to make himself awkward in terms of the timing. He's eating so many nades, but he stays alive for as long as he can. Eventually expires with Gladiators going out in 14th place. From the start they had, it feels like it's been a bit of a snuffed out finish. It's ended before you really had an opportunity to see how well they could have opened up the day. They've been a little bit topsy-turvy over the course of the past few games we've seen, especially over yesterday. Was hoping they'd have a better start. Don't really get the ball rolling quickly on this one though. But Titan, they've been rolling with the punches, and Havlik, even in a situation where he's taking on full squads as a solo, he still shows up big at times, and Dagestan taking out unicorns of love as well. Just adding insult to injury on that one.
Yeah, again, it's the old stage 4 finish for Unicorns Love there. KONINA Power, though, do go a little bit further on this northeast side. Havlik finally down for Titans. You know what, you talk about Gladiators, and I'm actually glad that they did what they did in this game, which is take a couple more fights, actually go for these third parties, because I think that's what they've been lacking on in a fair few matches in the past, is that, or at least phase 2 at least, is the case that they just haven't been taking these fights, mate. And I think they need to take more of them overall. To get that confidence back on board, to get the consistency rolling again. Because if they're too afraid to take those fights, then they can't go back to that original playstyle, which is very center-orientated. So you need to crack a few eggs to make an omelette at the end of the day. And I think Gladiators are just now starting to pull out the pan and slam that egg on the side.
Yeah, they're cracking a few eggs blank, but I think the problem is they're making Yorkshire puddings by accident, you know?
Unacceptable.
No,
I hate
it's
it.
Not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to them, obviously it's not ideal. And it's not the desired outcome. And it does make me furious. I'm happy they're at least trying. You know, if they came up to me and was like, here's your omelette, it was a Yorkshire pudding, I'd be like, yeah, okay then. go on. I'm all right with this.
Actually, I'm not all right. I want a refund now.
I reckon Major Pride wants a refund on this circle, though. I mean, moving up towards the northwest side here, horrible terrain to play around. I think Major Pride has been just kind of blessed for a long, long while in this position. PERMITTA found themselves a nice cheeky spot over towards this compound on the western side, but No Mercy Warriors want to get involved, and Rogo and Sneaks have to fend off versus 4. Not an easy ask for them.
But they thrive in those sort of environments where you've got harder tasks ahead of you. Ooh, already here though, opening it up, Major Pride with the surprise shot as they peek out through the elevated angle through the window. Absolutely definitely blows back on towards Dagestan. Naomi's the only one that's suffering from the success here. He's dropped down onto his last legs. Luckily has a bit of cover. You've got this area blocked off with the smokes now as well. The utility's coming over the top. Meanwhile, PERMITTA locked into close quarters combat as they're trying to stay alive, up close and personal here. You've at least got firepower that can work in a situation like this with a shot he's in close range, but it depends if they just swing on you, keeping you on your toes. There's no mercy. Find the lineups with the nades, but that one won't matter. Connection to blow him away. It's down to one player on No Mercy, really, and it's just made it awkward.
I love that from Sneaks, dude. Like, he tries to throw the molly on him. It's like, you're testing me, dude. Instantly hit him with the one single pump, and he's done. He will finish him off. Just watch me last remaining. Goodness me, Jackie. This is sort of an unacceptable play coming through from PERMITTA as well. Like, watch me alongside with No Mercy Warriors. Realistically, should have taken these concretes very handedly. So the fact that PERMITTA is able to defend versus it with Rogo and Sneaks on side, that is brilliant news for them. With them being, honestly, I would say, the only team on the western 50% of the circle, this is easily a top 5 finish. MADBULLS will be moving over towards KASIK team, though. It's just skills as last remaining. Frozen God moves up. Not a lot of bullets over 4. that Groza. Not a lot of bullets for the weapons that Zerich is wielding either, so this is a bit tough. Oh, you got to check the door.
Oh, mate. No one's cleared it. The angle hasn't been checked, so he's going to go potentially into a position where maybe he can do something with this a little bit later on, especially if no one clears this out. You've got a backstab that could be so annoying. All the MADBULLS just running around. Oh, mate, this is banter.
Oh, we've got the old desk-caster rivalry coming through here.
Yeah, the old splitty split.
Yeah, apparently we just copy them. We can't do it. Our sheet may as well be on the other side of the world from where it is in the document.
Look, blank copying Colaris again. Classic.
Ah, no, it's unacceptable behavior. I do think that they should have cleared that door, though. Let me just pivot off that.
Probably have a look on it.
Let me just get away from the copying shenanigans. If I see a door that's open, my first thought is, there's probably a guy behind us.
That's an open door.
That's an open door.
I would probably be your first thought.
Okay, my second thought is there a dude?
Might have a look.
Yeah, I'll have a cheeky peek. So, you know, that is crazy that he's remained in there and no one's even tried to check it. Like, all the other doors were closed. It's the only door that's open. Kind of suspicious. I'm not going to lie.
A little bit. Like, I mean, yeah, probably would be thinking, oh, it's a bit weird. The door's just open. Maybe it's fine. Maybe there was just a breeze. They've gone now, for the most part, anyway.
Big old draft.
Yeah, it's just blown in. Door's gone swinging.
Reasonable.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, the crazy bit about it is that he's just still going to be sitting there for so much time. I mean, like, KASIK team, ironically, probably do go on to steal out a fair few points, maybe towards the end, if he can just be a little bit cheeky. Meanwhile, here we get something far more aggressive. Major Pride. Oh, they're just on the drive-bys. They're just taking everyone down. VULGAR boys are out in 8th as they have just been completely flattened. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, real Mad Max moment there. Know me, witness me. It comes through with the vehicle. We'll take down 2. I mean, VULGAR just felt absolutely demolished in that situation. Unfortunate. Beck, though, still inside, looking for some more points. Zerich finally here's the player, and it's a good job that he stayed behind. Will toss a nade, but just returns towards the ridge side. Knows that life is just going to get very hard for Skills now because he has to cross over here. There's nowhere else to go but the blue.
He's been doing a good job of, like, really being annoying in these moments, at least. So if he can just keep his head down, keep his nose out of trouble, maybe. The one saving grace would be if Major Pride rotate over and get stuck into a fight maybe they're not completely committed to here. And then MADBULLS would have to dedicate their attention towards them. You might get a back opportunity to try and stab into it. I'm glad we get a replay of this as well. Man, they just lined up for him. They just gave it to him.
The fact that he's driving through those horrible ditches as well. I do that in the buggy, and my buggy's like 100 meters in the air, flipping around. He does it, makes it look very easy. MADBULLS, though, they kind of wanted to take this compound from the very get-go, but Skills was just very frustrating to deal with. It's nice that he's like, look, I've annoyed you guys. I'll go annoy Major Pride too. So it's even Stevens. Nice shots coming through from Zerich to start things off, and that will lock Major Pride down a little bit. You can see right now the angles that MADBULLS are able to take. For Major Pride, coming off this hillside is going to be pretty difficult, and I think that it's difficult not to predict them early on with the position they had and how much just security they were afforded from that position in Power Grid. They barely had to take many fights. Realistically, a lot of times it was just them cleaning up, finishing off a lot of these engagements. Dulika will send down, though, and that's a big pick coming off from Madagod.
That's one that's actually kind of rough as well. It really felt like MADBULLS were starting to get themselves into a position where maybe they were building up steam. Hang on a minute. KASIK team. Oh no. He's bought so much time with a flank. He actually does get the knock onto Nomi, but they found him. I can't believe we just spotted that on the POV as we flick back over. But finally he's gone. God, he went down to just one player in KASIK team so far back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was good. That was good. Fighting uphill, never easy. Fair play to Skills. I think maybe you could have just taken the fight with MADBULLS if he's playing like that all the time. Major Pride back up to 4 players now, though. looking fairly hefty in this match. 10 eliminations so far, a whole wealth of death crates around them, so good loot on side for them. Good amount of ammo as well. We saw that from MADBULLS that they were really lacking on the ammunition front, and that's going to definitely hurt them in the end game. So they've tried to not take too many engagements. You saw that maybe Frozen God wanted to have a little peek, you know, a little check out what was going on over towards Major Pride's position, but thought better of it. Just headed back towards the rest of his team, and they might have done if they had 4 players alive.
Well, hang on a minute. Major Pride are on the move. It seems like they've been able to get those vehicles rolling straight towards where the Nameless are lurking. Beast is eating bullets initially. Black-White has got the pin pulled on the utility as well as he wants to throw the nades across. Ooh, you're now running into Shockwave. It's all looking a little bit rough, but actually, Spot's out ahead, knows exactly where he needs to have his crosshair honed in on. Hits the follow-up, so shuts down Shockwave. They're now completely deleted. Major Pride looking to finish off the weakened players as well. Few bullets here and there. Down below them, Effect really wants to commit onto this one. Actually gets hit from the side as well. This is a lot of damage being invested into this fight.
I feel like the Nameless feel like they're playing a driving game at this point in time. I think they don't realize they can just shoot back at Major Pride. That's also a possibility. The first point of call was scatter. Just run away as quick as possible. Instantly, yeah, they just legged it. So that was a bit odd. Nomi's getting up close and personal right now with MADBULLS, sent some nades over the top. They know where PERMITTA is currently, and I think the real threat does come from that eastern side, and MADBULLS got to be prepared for it. They have some cover play in this position, which is good. Major Pride can start to move up. A lot of that difficult terrain for them has been surpassed nice and early here, because they just moved the Nameless aside in that process. The real strength coming through from them. Nades on the way as well. Madagod still just attempting to leave. He's got smokes as a nade round the back. Quite rough, and I think Black-White should be able to send another.
They're all so close, but none of them landing directly on target, just playing inside of the limited cover he has to work with. Mango here as well, lurking on the edge of the smoke, expecting a push to come towards him at some point. So our final 4 squads then, as the chips stand at this point, it's Major Pride with all 4 alive that have dedicated a lot of their attention round towards where the Nameless are playing. They're looking to just edge up on them as well. Belly down on the ground, wants to go for the peak at some point. Meanwhile, there's a fight kicking off round towards the right-hand side, but it's Effect that changes pace, runs on in like the steamroller, takes down 2 of them. Black-White supporting as well into Madagod, so he's now gone. Here's the flick across as well. They're not content with taking down 1 squad. They want a bit more, and they go for the big dogs of the lobby, attacking onto MADBULLS, but it's equal trades, Blank.
16 eliminations now. Nomi had such a nasty flank. Just Fleek left alive at the moment. And Major Pride look like they're set on to win this game. They have been so confident. Effect managing to eliminate players just by putting the crosshair on them, apparently. I don't understand how that works, but it certainly did. And Madagod just has to get out of there, but really, really well played to Nomi. I think that's a fantastic position he takes over towards his southeast side. You know, just watching the MADBULLS position, staying very, very quiet. And it just is so, so difficult for them to make anything happen. Fleek sends down. It's a little tough to get into position, but he is there, and Effect's there with the nade. Can send it over the top. Fleek jumps out, has a nade of his own. These have to be good.
They can't just be good. They've got to be absolutely brilliant. You're outnumbered, you're outgunned, and you're being swung upon, trying to decide which angle to watch, but Major Pride sprinting on in, no surprises there, as they'll pick it up in the end and lock it down with a chicken dinner. And not only that, Blank, it was done in style, an aggressive game with a fair few eliminations to their name.
Yeah, to be fair, the reason I didn't predict them is because I thought that they would almost ruin some of these endgame performances for themselves, get picked up by a couple of shots along the way, lose some players in the process is something they've done before. And as soon as Nomi made that move, I was also worried about that too. But I think that there have been some conscious changes there because Nomi was very silent. He remained in that position. They said, look, you have a strong spot. We're going to deal with the Nameless. We're pretty confident on this side. You just wait there, and then you do your thing as soon as they step up. And he provides enough time for the rest of Major Pride to actually just hit their shots over towards Zerich as well as Frozen God. So a really, really good game from Nomi. I think he's starting to hit his stride in terms of these off angles.
No, fantastic witness. I think we're starting to see the best of them coming out, so we'll see how that continues over the course of the day. We'll step back into it all when we're back after the break.
Hi there guys, you're watching Western Europe PMPL Fall Split. I'm joined today by Robs from Titan Gaming. How are you doing today, Robs?
Donc salut à tous, c'est Robs et ça va très bien, très en forme et on est en préparation pour le PMPL, tout va bien.
What made you want to join Titan Gaming, Robs?
Je suis parti de SBG pour changer un petit peu dans ma carrière d'aventure et j'avais envie d'une nouvelle équipe. Donc je suis parti pour ça et on verra bien ce qui se passe, j'espère qu'on va réussir.
Awesome. After playing with your previous team, Game Lord, for so long though, what's been some of the difficulties of joining a new team?
C'est vrai que ça m'a fait très bizarre, déjà à cause de la communication, parce qu'on parlait en français dans l'équipe Game Lord, SBG, et là d'un coup parler en anglais avec une nouvelle team, surtout avec des très bons joueurs, ça m'a fait un peu bizarre de parler anglais, et sinon voilà, c'est une nouvelle aventure et on verra bien.
Old Boy and Icy were able to win the PMPL Africa Spring Split, but in the championships they definitely fell behind over in Triple Esports. What kind of lessons did you guys learn though playing together in the PMRC EU versus Africa before the PMPL EU split begins?
C'est bon. Déjà, Allboy est un super joueur, Icy est un super fragger. Moi, je pense que ils n'ont pas réussi malheureusement à se qualifier à l'MEA, mais avec la nouvelle équipe que nous avons créée, je pense qu'on peut faire quelque chose de bien et réussir et essayer d'aller au PMGC ensemble.
Sure, I 100% agree, man. I love the team that you've got so far. But your games were a lot tougher in PMRC with Old Boy's old teammate Morteza and 77k Esports constantly hot dropping you. Do you think that had a big impact on where you placed overall?
Le PMRC, de toute façon, c'était un entraînement. On sait qu'on a laissé en contexte par l'ancienne team d'Old Boy. Mais voilà, on a fait notre fight. C'est vrai que ça nous a empêché de faire des fan games, malheureusement. Mais voilà, on s'est entraîné. Maintenant au PMPL, on sait qu'on les affrontera pas. Du coup, donc ça ira.
After playing so consistently well on your team over in EU and being able to see lots of different teams and how they play, what do you think of the current competition versus Titan Gaming?
Moi, je pense qu'il y a un petit peu plus de niveau que le PMPL qu'on a joué au début d'année. Les équipes sont pas mauvaises. Il y a des nouvelles équipes, 3-4 équipes nouvelles qui m'ont l'air pas mauvaises aussi. Donc on verra bien ce que ça donne, mais moi je surestime pas ce PMPL là. Je pense qu'il va être assez difficile à jouer, mais on va tout donner.
I'm going to put you on the hot spot here, Robs. I'm so sorry, but if you could only pick 2 other teams from PMPL EU Fall Split, which teams do you think are going to give Titan Gaming the most trouble?
Je dirais G.GLADIATORS et Major Pride.
Thank you so much, Robs, for joining us here, aka the DBS King. Do you have anything you'd like to say to your fans at home supporting you?
Déjà, merci à tous du soutien. J'espère que vous allez me supporter dans ma belle team et surtout, n'hésitez pas à jouer le DBS, c'est une arme super forte.
All right, guys, we just saw Major Pride get that first chicken dinner on the board of today. I mean, what a way to start off, Kalaris. And it was just a chicken dinner. It was a very dominant performance in that game.
Yeah, imagine that. The team that's in Power Grid is able to win out of Power Grid. I mean, admittedly, it went over to the West a little bit, but it's a great launching platform to have in a circle quite like this. As identified during the cast, though, as well, very important to hold down Power Grid the way that they did. 2-2 split, 17 eliminations coming Major Pride's way here. Makes for a huge win and the huge potential to start catching up to MADBULLS for those PMGC points, which is very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really important for them as well. That's something that we highlighted earlier today as well. Coming into it, we said they are 30 points behind. Is it possible? And you said it yourself, even Gladiators with 100 points potentially behind, it is possible for them to catch up because at the end of the day, anything can happen. For Gladiators, though, yes, they get a lot of eliminations on the board, but unfortunately, they do drop out a little bit early on. Same thing for Titan Gaming as well. A couple of eliminations on the board, which again is always going to be very important because at the end of the day, one elimination a day keeps the doctor away. Is that, can we go with that? Yeah,
we'll go with that.
Yeah. I like that.
Bring that back there as well. One elimination could have been the difference between Major Pride getting this win and getting the loss. Like the fact that Skills's went for 2 knocks instead of going for a knock and an eventual flush on one of the players. It was cool to see from Skills is there for a KASIK team, but maybe it could have been more impactful if he'd have just tried to go for a straight, finish on one player, because who knows what would have happened if Major Pride had only been 3-man here compared to it. But no, me! Oh, 1,300!
Yeah, effect as well. 7 eliminations for them alone. I mean, you said it would have happened if they are only a 3-man team or a 2-man team. Well, as long as Nomi and Effect are alive, I don't think that would have been too big of a worry for Major Pride, because these two were absolutely on fire. They were getting elims left, right, and center, as you can see from their stats as well. And that is really important for Major Pride, because at the end of the day, you want to get these chicken dinners with as many elimination points as humanly possible, just to make up for the last couple of days, and even for phase 1 of fall 2023, which was a little bit slower, so you can start catching up as quickly as possible. And when we're looking at the damage dealt, I mean, night and day difference between them and second place Gladiators.
Yeah, this is interesting to me because Gladiators and Titan basically eliminated each other themselves as two of the monoliths of the region here, fighting it out, tussling out up in that north east side. They both realized entrance from the direction of San Martin was always going to be difficult, so let's just fight it out, see what's going to happen, try and get as many elimination points on the board. Just so happens to be that it's Titan and Gladiators fighting it off, so it was a very, very close battle between the two. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, it was also a very aggressive battle at the very start of the game for both of these teams, because they wanted to get as many eliminations on the board considering their position, and they were able to do just that. And then once again, the way to finish this off from Major Pride, I felt like aggression this time around was the name of the game.
Yeah, very, very well done when they're coming out of that power grid position on the east side, and we even saw them just run over 2 of VULGAR boys.
Yeah.
Which was very, very well done by them here, using that buggy strat to great effect as things going on. And then we had a huge engagement over on the west between 19th and 20th PERMITTA No Mercy Warriors. Neither really did too much off the back of it. And meanwhile, there you see Skills is here trying to do something against the position of Major Pride. It's not to be the case, and it's like he cannot get anything done here against the 3-man of Major Pride towards the end. They just put themselves in too vulnerable a position, did MADBULLS, when they could have potentially moved forwards a little bit quicker and proactively, but they weren't aware of every single angle that was covered, so it's a little bit treacherous terrain to work with here.
Yeah, well, hindsight is a very powerful thing, and that was our first game of today. And Sanhok is actually going to be the next one. And when we're looking at Sanhok, I think a lot of teams just immediately jump to mind in terms of the amount of success that they have found on this map. So I think that's something that we should potentially be looking into, starting off by MADBULLS as well as Titan. They have had a really, really good performance on this map. Even your Major Pride, especially considering they've picked up pace yesterday. But I think Sanhok, yesterday Kalaris, 2 wins for VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some more of that. I mean, as you can see here, Titan KONINA Power, they will not be playing this first Sanhok, of course, because they're in Group D. So we'll see how everything shapes up for the rest of the lobby here to try and catch up with Titan's position, especially now that they find themselves in third, just 1 point behind Major Pride.
Yeah, and again, 1 point behind. They'll be playing the next one. Titan, however, as well as VIRTUS.PRO, they are not going to be playing the next one. So this one really gives both Major Pride as well as MADBULLS that opportunity to go as quickly and as aggressively as possible into this lobby, because at the end of the day, those are the two teams that, so to say, are the thorn in their sides.
Yeah, definitely. With VIRTUS.PRO looking so good on this battleground, right? That's definitely something that you would rather not have to contend with at the moment, at least. And as I was saying, with KONINA Power not playing this one out, also the Nameless not playing this one out, after having themselves, you know, some decent points from this previous game, good for them. Find themselves middle of table, and yeah, we'll see how things go down here on the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We're not going to be sitting here speculating. Instead, we're going to bring you the action. And that's not going to be us either, because we have Blank as well as Jackie ready to be the ones to deliver this incredible game.
Blank, imagine this. So I'm at your front door. I've knocked on the door. You've opened the door. I've given you a package. The game has been delivered.
I've received it. Yeah, beautiful, wonderful. It's here. I've imagined it. But do I need to imagine? Because here it is right now. We're delivering it straight to you guys at home. It's a double delivery from me to you, from Jackie to me to you again, over towards Sanhok. And we're getting this one kicked off. The guys on the desk, they've been speculating. We're on the next level. We've already predicted. We've already locked in our choices.
We've literally been running the numbers. It's been like the Matrix. There was probably the most intense 10 minutes of speculation about this game I think I've ever had. I feel like me and Blank, we've got it down. You'll see what we're thinking, but we've got it down.
In the future, we can't copy the desk because we're in there.
Because they're behind us now.
They're behind us.
They're just entering their predictions so late.
They're not even here with the times. We're pre-zone 1. What are you going to do about it? Over towards the map, though, we've got some fantastic teams, fantastic players in the lobby at the moment. They're really showing their gusto coming into this one. Major pride off the back of that last game, looking very, very awesome. I think the great thing to talk about as well is just the PMGC points too, Jackie, because as we saw it coming in towards the start of the day, the desk did a lovely job of breaking it down. It looked a little bit dire for Major Pride towards phase 1 at the end of it. It looked like MADBULLS were just going to take that spot. But with 27 points on that last game, I think they were around about 30 points behind at the start of the day. You know, they've closed the gap now. They're very much in striking distance. I don't think that's a storyline that we expected to continue on with. I think we all thought that MADBULLS was just going to keep pumping those points, which they have done, but Major Pride would fall behind in a big way. Already, we start things off with MUERTE finding a play over towards PERMITTA Esports. Finally, because this has been an engagement that goes on every single time, and to MUERTE, it just cut down on their performance in this match because PERMITTA keeps trying to take out one of their players. What do? They all stack, and now PERMITTA's lost another.
So PERMITTA just being chopped to pieces early, it seems. Bodes a little bit better as well for MUERTE, as I feel like, I don't know, some of these days when we're coming into it, you see the way that MUERTE are playing, and it feels like they've got the sea legs, Blank. They're a little bit wobbly, you know? The fires just aren't able to support them for the long game. So if they can at least warm themselves up a bit, maybe it could be a better story over the course of the day. But we can't have a similar sort of affair as what we had on the opening map of this one. If you just missed it, you know, they were blown out of the water quite quickly. Historically, again, I don't know if it's the best battleground for them, to be honest. You know, Sanhok, does it really play to the strengths of MUERTE? Probably not. So we'll see how that one goes over the course of it. For PERMITTA now, though, you're already dealing with the factual, just a set of duos. VULGAR as well, suffering in a similar sort of manner, and as they're going to lose players. The TUNA, big TUNA's back on our screen.
Yeah, making it happen. The TUNA avocado, which Janira likes to bring up quite a few times. I don't know the reasoning behind it, but I do like that she said it. It made me laugh quite a bit. But TUNA Esports, nothing to laugh at. I think they've had some good plays in the past, had some decent games. I think as a relatively new team as well, coming into PMPL EU, it's never easy. There's some really, really big squads inside of this region that have just developed the gameplay over and over again, just improvements season after season. So MUERTE, you were talking about, does this map play into their strengths? And I would agree with you. I don't think it does, because they just love to fight, man. They love to fight all the time. And I think Sanhok's one of those maps where you have to bring it back a little bit. You've got to make these initial rotations, take position in the map. And as soon as you take a fight, realistically, now you've got at least 7 different eyes on that position. It's quite difficult to maintain pace. And with MUERTE loving to just continue to hold Camp Charlie, this bridge crossing. Yeah, life becomes very hard for them with so many teams starting to get a bead on their location, not to mention all the VOD review that's gone on before. It's quite predictable at this point, which is why PERMITTA keeps trying to get a sneaky little play in, take down one of their players and go from there. Luckily, this match, the MUERTE's like, no, that's not happening again. Let's just group up, take down one player, and then we can make our split afterwards. KASIK will take down Milky Way, though. And once again, history repeats itself.
Seems like it so far. The old reliable. Ooh. For Unicorn, is there much more that can be done with this as well? MUERTE, off the back of finding one elim to start things, they were hoping there would be greener pastures here today. But already it's not ideal. Lots of damage done. Milky Way at least saved and thrown into the back of the vehicle. So you can get out a dodge and try and escape, seeing if they can link up with the rest of the team further down towards Camp Charlie. That's where PERMITTA and also No Mercy Warriors seem to be directly on top of one another, with Unicorns of Love down towards the coastal side, working their way around as well. So potential here for some awkward fights. Seems like actually some movement coming over with a few scouting parties also. We can tune into the POV of Dark Project as they are on the move here. This is up to where VULGAR have been playing. Foopsman always loves taking these peaks, so the second he starts to get contact on this, you'll probably see him wanting to instigate this one, but it'll be Treasley that's close by.
Yeah, they're just like zooming past, give them the old hello. Foosman gets up close and personal almost immediately. He's had enough of it. Wants to get into the business. Ivaneska drops out the vehicle, but we'll find him in the end. Vector goes through, just goes to look to pick up his teammate. But goodness me, it's all going off. Treasley up close again, takes down one, and Force goes out. Ace is not able to get the refrag on this one, and the fight is going all over the place. Takimi, a bit of a weird play there, but Treasley again moves up close. This is quite good from VULGAR, despite their man advantage being the favor towards Dark Project. It is now down to a 1v1. He tries to make the play happen. The Rares can be persuaded over towards the side of Dark Project. And he's so far out, it's unlikely he's going to be able to stop it.
Commits on just taking down the wounded players instead and realizes he's probably given them enough timing to reset the fight. Ivaneska hard committing onto the heal there at least, so it's back to a duo. And that's a shame. For VULGAR, it felt like the tripwire of it was off the back of Foopsman, pushing down to the aggressive angle. It looked like it was going relatively cleanly for them. Nice blow for blow, but towards the end, with only Treasley remaining, probably just want to try and find some sort of exit path. There isn't really going to be a clean one, though. So walking away with his head kind of tucked down, slumped down on that one.
Yeah, Treasley, the only player able to mitigate the fear buff that came through, the fear debuff that came through. I mean, you saw immediately, as soon as Foopsman went down, the captain of the squad, you saw immediately Takimi just turn tail and run. Obviously not the ideal situation. I think he just needed to stay into that engagement, try and get a little bit more on that side, potentially support Treasley. If he helped and take down the player on that back lines, there's a chance he's able to regroup with Treasley in the long run, and they can play off the back of that one. Bit sad. I mean, both teams now in a really awkward spot out in the blue. You can see they're on the northeast side. I will say one thing, though, because we were talking about this before the game. This is actually the easiest lobby, I would say, that you could play in over on Sanhok. Yeah, you've got Major Pride in. Yeah, you've got the MADBULLS in here. But we are sifting out Titan Gaming, KONINA Power, VIRTUS.PRO. Maybe not the Nameless, but VIRTUS.PRO, obviously, fantastic on Sanhok. KONINA Power, they've had massive games with Sanhok in the past. And Titans, look, that's the 35 elimination. That's where it came from at the start anyway. Not on Sanhok on Erangel, but they have their strong games on Sanhok too. We saw that over on the map performance graphic just before the game started. Tried to lie to you there, I'm sorry.
I did. I was going to let it slide, because in my head I was like, hang on, no, surely. But I'll let it go. It was good. You covered it up, you know, you educated everyone.
Yeah.
But man, like, fair play. I mean, it does make sense. You know, looking at it for what it is, we were kind of having that sort of debate during the downtime between games and saying like, yeah, this actually is one of those lobbies where you kind of would expect the best from your MADBULLS, from your Major Prides, as the sort of competition that really does sort of, you know, feather Sanhok as home ground. just isn't out. They're not on the battlefield today. Tell you who is though, SBG. Feels like we've not really said SBG once today. They've had a bit of a calm one, but at least here, Narvalo taking pot shots. He's able to find some big connections onto the remaining players of Dark Project, of course, that were relatively broken from their scrap against VULGAR. So they're now finished off for good. That's an extra bit of loot to be had for SBG, and it gets them into the groove of the things, currently leading with 3 limbs.
I mean, the Super Big Gorillas, they are not a bad team. This is the thing, and it's what frustrates me the most about them is that Narvalo, Snowix, as well as Victor and Allah, like they're all really good players, and it's confusing that they don't do so hot in these matches, and we haven't seen their name pop up more often. I'd love to see it. It's just not the case right now.
And it's a shame because it felt like, you know, we had actually seen some really big moments from SPG, but don't you say, mate, they're just few and far between, right? I think consistency is the one thing that kind of needs to change there. Because talent-wise, we know they've got it. It's just doing it again and again. The consistency would be the dream scenario. Getting away here, Dagestan, doing a good job of hydroplaning, as they'll be able to evade on that one. I don't feel like that's how you're supposed to drive, Blank. I feel like that's probably quite unsafe.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, he just had the speed, though, bro. He had the speed, so it was just
didn't break the water tension.
He was just skipping it. Yeah, he was just skipping over the water. It was good. Just a tiny little bit shallow area there. It does always catch me off guard where you could just drive straight through. No Mercy Warriors, you can see them down towards that south side. This is a team that has actually caused a lot of problems for teams on this edge of the map too. But MUERTE firmly got their eyes over towards Aztec, drops out, will get knocked, should be able to get back into cover though. And I think if I'm MUERTE here, I'm thinking maybe just to push this one. You know, you get further into the circle, they don't have vehicles, so it's going to be a little bit too little, too long here to get over towards that area. It's unfortunate.
Not the dream. But hey, it's the MUERTE that have at least still got a full squad, and if they're the ones dealing damage, at least you're bumping up those numbers. It can be the difference of feeling a bit sluggish on a play day versus warming up into your second game, because that's all this is, keep in mind. This is our second outing for the day here. Still got an awful lot more to go through. So there's room to improve. It's coming up towards our midweek finish as well though, so if you are going to be able to achieve anything, you want to put the foot down today and try and walk away feeling good into that downtime, into that break you've got before we come back for the rest of the week. Movement here though, as you can see the grouping between our squads. MADBULLS, Alpha and Major Pride all on top of each other with the back entry from Gladiators. Oh mate, the way this is looking spatially round towards Ruin side, there could be some interesting fights developing in the next few moments. They've also got Matic, who seems to be holding round towards Bridge side, and that's where Dagestan are coming from as well.
Yeah, honestly, Alpha kind of was a team that I was looking maybe to lock in as a prediction earlier on. Still not giving anything away yet, but they were a team that I was certainly looking at. I think that they've not had their showing like we saw from last week, that we saw at the start of this tournament in Phase 2. I would like to see a little bit more from this team because Reflect, Mandarin, Sashiba, you know, all really strong players alongside with Tenchik. I personally would like to see some bigger games out there, and they do very well when they're currently at 4. And I think what they've been struggling is that rotate off of Cave. They play down towards Docks, which is very much out of the way. They've got here towards the circle. No one's really given them too much trouble getting into it. And I think more and more teams now are giving MUERTE a bit wide of a berth, because as soon as you go down to MUERTE, they're essentially inviting you to the bar brawl. And he just wants more and more teams to come that way. And they're happy to make that one happen. Major Pride try and take some shots over towards Dagestan. Surprised they get away unscathed. And I don't think they should have done more damage over towards. And finally, Keep gets popped out of the vehicle. Shifu's vehicle gets exploded too. So that will be them down to just a limbo now. I didn't think they'd get away with that one. And Nomi proves me right.
Yeah, it looked a bit weird. You know, when they were just driving by there, it felt like almost Major Pride had pulled out the wiffle bats. They were hitting them, but it was just kind of making a squeaky noise rather than cleanly connecting. I was on your side. I was a little bit worried about it, but luckily they're able to convert those in the end, and that bodes a bit better for them. So you cut in half what remained of Dagestan on their rotate, and are at least able to reset from that bit of scavenging that can go on as well to top yourselves back up in terms of missing utility and look like you're relatively set. Just curious what SBG were up to on this one, but we'll tune back up into that in a moment, because meanwhile we've got Unicorns of Love actually starting to instigate a fight here, pushing for control of the nearby compound where No Mercy Warriors are lurking. Watch Me's in the elevated position, playing back towards this Overwatch angle and just firing down a few bullets. Meanwhile, what remains the Dagestan kicks off versus KASIK team, but they're now finished off for good, out in 15th.
I think this is a difficult fight for Unicorns to love to take as well, because I think MUERTE has pretty good sightlines over towards this spot. It is unfortunate. I think MUERTE still has 4. Yeah, I think they're all in one vehicle. Please tell me they're not all in one vehicle. That would be absolutely grim, because they're just going to get blasted out by Alpha as well as KASIK. If they get into Painan, that is a crazy push from them. In the meantime, Unicorns of Love still going strong here versus the guys of No Mercy Warriors. Wobbly's up first to face. Does an excellent job with the UMP. Takes down 2. And Unicorns of Love just send the nade over the top. It will put him down on his knees, but Aztec's there with the DBS. And if they've got any nades, they should send them now.
They opt to go for the hill on either side. Both teams wanting to save their downed players first before they continue this fight, so no one forcing the issue. Arguably a smarter play for Unicorns of Love, considering the manpower advantage in the battle of attrition. The low HP as well should mean the world of difference with the nades being packed. They keep lobbing them out, but No Mercy Warriors are just wasting time and burning utility out of the back pockets for Unicorns of Love. They even get a heal in, and he's ready with the DBS, playing on the angle. If you hit your shot on this, it could be the difference between Unicorns fluffing their lines on this one. Just holding for now. Quickly has to reset once again with the heal. Nice peek around the corner from Woodson. You love to see the way he's played it, and he's forced it all into a 4 versus 1.
That's all up to Wobbly here. They have an exact bead on his location. He does drop out, gives them a little bit of hurt, but not enough there. I was a bit worried. MADBULLS over on that northwest side certainly took a lot of shots. Frozen goes down once again. That's Naomi taking shots through. Not quite down as of yet, though. They're just trying to hold out the guys from Gladiators, moving in through from Ruins. The game's getting a little bit spicy. I feel like we come over towards this location a lot of times. But SPG, 3 players, Sanhok's down on his legs, and it's over towards Scars on that top side.
Gladiators gone for good. Victor needs to be vicious in a situation like this. The utility doing a good job. The Molotov burning brightly. Good follow-up as well. Kaz, you're going to come unstuck on this one. You can't fight up the high ground like this, Padawan, as he'll be shut down. Shockwave gone as well, losing quite a few of our top squads relatively quickly now. Trade back onto SBG, so the Gorilla has been contained. No longer rampaging through New York. Oh, mate. This is getting intense, Blank. Adjustment on the circle as well. We can see how this is going to work out for MADBULLS and Major Pride that have basically looked like they've been breathing down each other's neck over the course of this game. Now they've got to make that move further deep. With KASIK team being favoured. Connection again. That's Unicorns of Love getting stuck in. You've taken out Frozen.
And Frozen's just like, he's won. Please help me out here, boys. But no help does come his way. Major Pride still have this high ground angle looking down towards them. And MADBULLS have little to no utility left remaining for themselves. Tulika tries to get out towards Frozen God, but it's not enough. It's too little too late here. Major Pride continue to send shots their way. But MADBULLS just have nothing left, bro.
They're running low. Well, basically everything at this point, probably you'd imagine even confidence in these sorts of situations. Meanwhile, for Major Pride, it's a prime time ankle blank. You just have a clean line of sight to put bullets down range, blow up the vehicles as well, so there's no quick getaway. Hoping the splash damage would potentially finish off Zerich with just how low he was. He survives for now, but this is getting intense. I mean, they're basically sandwiched.
Man, I mean, this is tough for them. Tulika moves out, though. We'll get at least one. Molotov strove back over the top side to give himself a little bit of room to play with. Bonnie will be down on his feet. Zerich has to move up, but they've got no health, no utility. They just have to go in this fight raw. But a massive Molotov over towards 2 players leaves them very low on the outside. One more bit of nade would be perfect, but I don't think they've got anything to work with here. They'll barely have time to even go for the loot. Zerich tries to get in there, will get knocked. Fleek on the back line has to help out, and Unicorns are love. They might just go down here. Tenshik even involved himself. He's from Alpha on the western side.
Oh, Alpha, they played the cards perfectly. The timing of it all has been picture perfect, and you're able to pull up and just decimate everyone that's already on such low HP. Few bullets here and there, well placed, will deal enough. Exjipa on the peak. He thought he was the big man, but he's been silenced, traded back upon, but it won't matter as Tenchik just goes huge with the DBS, annihilates everyone. Nomi puts a few bullets into the player on his last legs as well. So now he's got to back up. Oh, everyone from Alpha starting to come unstuck, actually. It's unraveling now.
Yeah, slightly over-ambitious play to actually move down here and try and third-party that. That fight was going to resolve itself on its own. The only reason you go down there is for a little bit more elimination points. But at this point in time, you're trying to figure out positioning. You know you've got to get over towards Painan, but what a difficult rotation that is as well. And they were far over towards it. They could have maybe hit over towards the western edge of Painan itself and play off the back of that. Tenshik now up close. Effect moves past with the DBS, rolls on by. That might just be Alpha done.
Could be the end for them, as they're finally chalked up and taken out. What remains of Unicorns of Love is just one man, belly on the ground, hasn't been seen yet, but he knows he can't strike. As soon as he plays his cards and reveals himself, oh, it's going to be over quite quickly. An Effect won't even wait. No dilly-dallying. The shenanigans taken away as he swings onto it. And Major Pride, they're on an absolute rampage. They've been running riot this game. And the longer it goes on, the more powerful they're looking. The MUERTE are still alive and kicking. The only other squad that has all 4 players remaining. KASIK team are just a duo.
Yeah, they're tearing right now, dude. It's actually crazy at this point in time. Major Pride, though, with this hillside, actually works out really well. I think what they have to hope for, basically, though, is a southwest circle shift. The circle has to come towards them. It has to force KASIK as well as to MUERTE out these buildings. But with so much of Painan still remaining in this circle at Zone 6, it's an unlikely prospect for that to come through. And you know, as soon as Major Pride has to come off this hillside, they're going to get shot at. That's decent. That'll do. That's acceptable for Major Pride. They can still play the high ground. They can still play the ridge. They isolate the sight lines coming through from KASIK. And to MUERTE will just have to sit pretty for now.
Any step out of place could be the difference of the chicken dinner, of how deep we are into this one. You've got high ground. That's the blessing for Major Pride, alongside the fact they're armed to the teeth in terms of utility, but they eat bullets first. Milky Way with the peak up. That's a blinder of a shot. Now it slows it all down. They've got to cascade further back, dedicate resources towards getting that man on his feet. Meanwhile, KASIK team are just listening, hoping to analyze the situation correctly and look to instigate a third party when the time is right.
It's tough for Major Pride as well as to MUERTE because they've got to keep their eyes on these players up towards that northwest edge. Circle centers up onto MUERTE though, and this will be a gargantuan effort for the guys from Major Pride to win out this engagement. But if anyone can do it, it's definitely them. They really are quite warmed up coming into today. They look really good, pristine in a lot of their engagements. And this is it, Jackie. They're going to make the send. Effect's got the DBS in the vehicle. We've seen him get the drive-bys in before, and they're up towards the wall. This is big news. Have to evade the nades now.
They've closed the gap. The hardest part was getting down the hill, but they're still eating nades. Effect has been blown away. Fury are forced to heal as he tucks back off. Oh, here we go as well. KASIK team reading it correctly, knowing that they can slide on up and look to assault from the sidelines. Whilst focus is being put on MUERTE with Major Pride roaming in. Heavy tag again. Malloy gets the connection off, is able to back off and try and play around his teammate. Furia with a pin pulled, wants to take down the knockmen, but here comes Trofka.
Last circle now. This is just going to keep enclosing until we finish out this game. Major Pride up to 3 players. They managed to get the res off here. Can he get up to a reasonable HP count? Yes, he can. Effect now moving upside alongside with Naomi. Goodness me, Jackie, it's all popping off. Oh.
Nomi hard commits to back up Naomi. They blow two of them away. He can finish them off now. Naomi runs in with a UMP, silences two. The DBS striking onto KASIK team and wiping them off the face of the battlefield blank. Major Pride, in a surprise affair, have swung the tides on this battle, but they're losing it out now. Corker, responding in kind as he's able to hit that one.
It's 2v2. Petrofka up top side. A good nade comes through, and they've just been battling against everyone. KASIK are now out. Affects Naomi. A deadly duo to come up against the guys from MUERTE. We're almost towards that ending moment, and they've yet to make the play. Just playing high ground off the back of this is a smart move coming through from MUERTE. Just about sidesteps that nade on the top side. But they have to assault them. The Molotov down the stairs. It's gorgeous from MUERTE.
Burning time off the clock, making it so awkward, but the first pickup falls in favor of Naomi. Furia, he's going to get eaten alive. It's all going wrong for MUERTE. They had such a stalwart defense this entire game, but small mistakes costing them greatly. Now it's about the high ground. Corker up top. He's got Big Papa Pump in his hands, but it won't matter as Effect blows him away. And they've done it blank. Major Pride.
A back-to-back here on an effort that looked nigh on impossible, rolling down the hill. They barrel straight into KASIK team as well as to MUERTE. What an unbelievable result. And Jackie locked in from the start. The Major Pride pick.
The Major Pride Classic, mate. That's unbelievable, Blank. I really don't know as well, alongside how many props we have to give to Major Pride, how much you've got to be thinking, MUERTE, how have you let that slip through your fingertips, Blank? How?
It doesn't make much sense, dude, but again, this is what MUERTE is all about. I think they got further into this game than we've ever seen before, but we're going to have to leave this game behind as we head back over to the desk with Kalaris and Janiro.
Okay, we're back on the desk with Janiro, who went for Major Pride, and Kalaris, who went for MUERTE. So...
Go on. Continue talking.
What happened? Because Jackie said, this is what MUERTE is all about. This is what MUERTE is all about. Accidentally losing their chicken dinner.
If MUERTE is about throwing away two people on the southeast side outside the walls of that compound, then yes, I guess they are about that. Oh, where do I begin? All right, let's begin with the positive, all right? Really good approach by Major Pride on that compound. One thing that was going on there that is absolutely necessary is smoking off the windows down on that compound to allow that approach to occur. They had enough smokes to be able to smoke off their cars, get in them, and smoke off the windows. So that's a really sick approach by Major Pride. But then all hell breaks loose, and MUERTE should have been able to hold that better, but they absolutely flubbed it, unfortunately. Losing two people on that southeast side is a little bit inexcusable when all Major Pride has to play with for the most part there is the wall. That's it. And you're giving them, you're kind of approaching them and giving them the opportunity to punish you as opposed to the reverse situation. So, MUERTE.
All right. Let's just take a breather, because Major Pride, I think, is kind of, I don't want to say the elephant in the room, but it is something that we have discussed a lot coming into today, saying they've been very slow. And now, if I remember, and I do of course remember this correctly, is that they have won 2 chicken dinners back to back. What is this difference between Major Pride that we're seeing today and the Major Pride we saw yesterday, or the Major Pride that we saw last week?
I don't know. Why don't you ask the clairvoyant Jackie who picked them at the beginning of the game and you copied them? No. But that's by the by. I will say the fight back is on very clearly, yes. Right? Like the back-to-back chicken dinners, they are clearly not happy with the fact that MADBULLS wrestled away from them that top spot for a PMGC point, and the fight back truly is on for Major Pride. That's exciting. But they played an absolute blind here. Almost 3,000 damage on Sanhok. That's pretty unheard of, Janiro. The fact that they're able to do that the way they did. They had a lot of room in that northwest side to be able to play things out, but the fact that they're then able to make this breach happen and then win it in kind of earnest, so impressive by them. What a start to the day, Ginny.
Absolutely. I mean, that is incredible to say the least from the side of Major Pride. And like you said, you know, you're So close to losing out of PMRC. This is the beginning of the villain arc, starting off with 15 eliminations and 2,777 damage on Sanhok. From all of the battlegrounds that were going on, MUERTE, I want to say closely behind, yes, in terms of their finish, because they finished second, but not in terms of the eliminations or the amount of damage, not even remotely close to the amount of damage that Major Pride has been dealing.
You know, that's very cool, but I've just noticed something else that's very interesting as well, Ginny.
Yes.
Jackie has got 5 predictions right in a row.
Ooh,
What?
Jackie, what's going on? Can we have a talk?
The last 3 games of the yesterday, MUERTE, VP, Major Pride. Wait a minute, does that mean Major Pride won 3 in a row?
Yes, they have.
Oh my days.
Yes, they have.
That's
They are gaming. They have joined the server and they are looking for the PMRC spot. Another team, though, that we're highlighting this time around is SBG because they have had a good performance. And this is one of the teams that Max is always really talking about they have what it takes. They are able to do it. And it felt like during phase 1, we haven't seen too much of it. But this time around on phase 2, yes, 1 podium finish, absolutely. But they are continuously getting up there. They're getting the eliminations that they need. And we're having individuals step up to the play as well.
Yeah, I mean, and their approach into this circle was one trifled with absolute problems from start to finish, right? They're coming in from that northeast side of Painan, where the circle is just not favoring them at all.
Yeah.
In fact, it got to the point where basically the blue eliminates them, right? Sometimes that happens on Sanhok when you're not able to get to these next circles, but the fact that they're able to have that much impact on teams like SHOCKWAVE up there that are all coming in from a very similar angle, yeah, very, very impressive by them, but they're still middling where they need to be, like, I would say a top 5 for the name that they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something really that we're looking to forward to see how that's going to be playing out over the next couple of games. But I think one thing that we said about last game was that the aggression was very much up to just upping the heat. Teams were playing very aggressively, they were full sending it, they were looking to get as many eliminations as possible, and it didn't feel like that was, to me personally, that was really the case this time around. It was rather a Major Pride trying to just absolutely dominate the lobby in any way, shape or form that they possibly could.
Yeah, and they're looking like they're able to really gain a lot of traction on the lobby in general. I mean, 4 wins in 10 games really speaks for itself here. And the fact that you're able to control Sanhok this way, when Sanhok is a very volatile battleground, it is hands down the most volatile battleground out of the 3 that we play. I guess 4 if you want to include Livic. But we've got ourselves a situation here where they carved themselves enough room. They're able to hear a lot of the fighting going down. Here's Naomi here being able to make the play, the miracle play for them on that southeast side against the 2 that they were able to push down on. And then there was a moment here where I thought maybe it would just be a multi-tiered finish. I didn't quite see the middle of this circle, but it's not to be the case, not to be some weird heel off at the end, thankfully.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if anything about the games that we've seen is that we should expect the unexpected because we never really know what's going to be going down. I guess unless you're Jackie and you're putting the prediction down before the game even starts, because then like you know exactly what to expect. Like that works too. But the overall again has been impacted because of the dominance from Major Pride. They are able to just shoot themselves into that first spot, and we were so impressed by Titan, by VIRTUS.PRO, by the fact that they were able to get into those top 3 spots. And now Major Pride said, hold on, we were just taking a little bit of a break. We're back stronger than ever.
I mean, in phase 1, they were 9th place without a single win across what was effectively 30 rounds of gameplay, right? Obviously, they're sat out with some mix of group stages, etc. But the fact, even during that, I think if you would have asked a lot of the talent, I still think nobody would have doubted the potential of this team, right? So it was always there, even during phase 1 where they weren't doing so hot. And now it's really kind of coming to fruition here. What we're able to see from a roster like this that has an extreme amount of potential, and that potential is being converted to reality here right before our eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And they finally tapped into it as well. So it's a matter for me as well whether or not Gladiators is going to be able to do so. We said this is a roster with a lot of potential. The coach joining as well, a lot of potential there. But again, it just feels like they continuously are missing the mark. It's not really working out in their favor. So fingers crossed, really, as you already highlighted yesterday, at the end of yesterday, that was when the alarm bell started ringing. And it feels like for Major Pride, that alarm bell is really what they needed to pop off. For Gladiators, it is still still a little bit of an unknown. So, can they do it? Can we go on to Erangel and see Gladiators absolutely take the W? We're gonna have to wait and see. So, thank you, Monster, for making it all possible. And let's head over to Blanket Jackie. Maybe they can give us a prediction at the start of the game. Like, who's gonna win?
See, now look, I don't know if Blank's as confident to pre-predict anymore, but I'm still pretty confident. Like, I feel like I know who wins this one again.
I'm scared. I'm scared, bro. I'm real scared. I don't think I can. Look, okay, let me just whack one in. Unfortunately, can't predict the boys and Gladiators not playing. So we will go for something else. We just. I'm just gonna channel I'm channeling the Jackie confidence.
You gotta just believe, man. Like, come on, Blank. You gotta believe. Join me on the pre-predict.
I'm on the pre-predict today. I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm locking in. I'm locking in now.
He's typing it in. He's typing it in. Blank's prediction is coming in live.
It's in.
It's a bold one. It's a bold prediction. It's out of left field. My God. Okay.
It's surprising.
All right.
We'll see you later. But yeah, honestly, I want them to do well. I do, after yesterday's performance. But yes, over towards the game. Very Western playing path here. Difficult to get over towards that east side. That might have just balked my prediction, actually. Upset.
He's regretting it already.
I can have no regrets. This is going to force them to play like they've never played before. I'm so sorry I can't tell you my prediction yet. Zone 4, you will know, I promise. Just stick around for the rest of the pre-predicts. But we're getting over towards this side of the map. We're going to see what sort of changes are made. That project's already heading down towards the south side. And I think when we see this type of playing path as well, Jackie, a lot of times we'll see some splits early on and they get punished. So I think this time around we are seeing people start to drop out the plane. These squads much tighter as a unit. Interesting. VP though, KONINA Power as well as Unicorns look all down towards Sanhok early on. It's a strange start for them. This might be a VP game though, actually.
Ooh. I mean, I could see it, potentially. It feels like, you know, obviously you get to see them previously on Sanhok, one in the lobby, you get the one game of sort of rest and relaxation, then they come out swinging. I'd hope to see some good things from them. We've been singing their praises a lot over the past couple days. Weights look great. Elementrix has had some good plays here and there. I think overall though, what set VP ahead is how well they're playing as a full squad. Just the you know, the way that they're being able to play off one another, the spacing on pushes, the teamwork in terms of the utility. It's all been really nice to see. This is an interesting one. A bit of a scrap going on early on here. It's actually Shockwave that look a little bit shaky, it seems, as the Nameless start to surprise us, doing a fair bit of damage on them. Everyone just taking blow for blow with their pistols and shotties. Not working too well.
Yeah, this is always an awkward spot to drop in. You try and head up towards Severny early on. I think most teams do want to go for this play. Gives you some ample time to rotate in with some decent actual paths towards the circle itself. But you do have to grab vehicles and you're going to have to trash loot a little bit. And for Shockwave, they've been absolutely done in here by the Nameless. Aza though, he's going crazy.
Mate, Aza the Laser comes in and burns his way through them with the shotty as he just pumps down two of them instantly. Beast running left and right, but it's a good night uppercut as Aza saved the day. That's huge.
Wow, that was actually sort of impressive. He came in, he had a lot of confidence. This guy pre-predicts.
Yeah, no, he believes. When he makes a prediction before the lobby even starts, he believes in it. And that's why Aza can kill them all. That's just why. That's the reason behind it. You've got to have that level of confidence.
Fantastic little flicks though, coming through from the pump shotty. Not easy to wield that thing as well. I think I've seen really good players in the past actually go for the shotty plays. Just does not come to fruition. And we'll have more clips like that, I'm sure, over on our social medias. So head over towards Esports PUBG EU over on Instagram and YouTube. I like saying that. I can say it really fast.
You've been practicing.
I'm very easily pleased. Yeah, I just chant it to myself before I go to sleep. Don't get it wrong.
Do the socials. Do the socials.
To watch it again. Nice. I'm happy about that. Bang. Spots the other guy through the window. Easy peasy. You're done, though. That is a lovely little play coming through from Aza. And as 3, you know, there's actually a good chance that they can still get into this game. I mean, it's not, all hope is not lost for Shockwave as of yet. But wow, look at Titans right in the center of the circle. Would you believe that?
Crazy. Titans. Who would have thought maybe they'll do it?
Position when they've won the game before as well over in EU versus Africa.
Honestly, like I'm not going to lie to you, but the second I saw obviously Erangel out in here, third game of the day, you know, Titan warming up a little bit. They've had a bit of downtime as well. I feel like these are when they play their best games, Blank.
Thought process is that. I like it. I like it. You're starting to run away with it here. So that's good. That's good. I think Titans, especially because they haven't lost a player out early. To be fair, their Miramar was decent. Like, the salvage play as well to just re-aggress onto Gladiators, that's not an easy call to make, but they go for it anyway. And I think they're just very good at playing under pressure. They do put themselves under pressure a lot, though, which is something I don't really like. If you need pressure to perform, that's fine, but I'd rather it wasn't self-imposed a lot of times. Havlik jumps in towards a buggy, only takes a little tickle from Mandarin, which should be able to get back out of there fairly quickly. Heads back over towards Ferry Piers. That project are getting a little bit close, just scouting out from the tree line. That's over towards Quarry's side, so very close this position.
I like the idea of that, though. You know, Titan Gaming's mantra is kind of like that episode of The Office where Dwight hooks up the machine to send all of the company emails to their boss. So if they make 5 mistakes in a day, everyone will get fired. It's one of those where it's like, look, guys, if we don't have consequences, we're not going to perform.
Exactly. We need consequences, otherwise there'll be no success. And for them, you know, the quality assurance is there. They've got the QA team on lock right now, which is good to see. Some other teams around the side of the lobby, because we are getting a little bit of a condense in terms of squads, already down to 15 teams, 59 players, so 5 players have lost and left the lobby so far. Next over towards this western side, I respect this. I think Kale's a big advocate of this spot of the map as well. It's actually a decent looting spot over on the western side of the map. This is just the western edge of Quarry. There's a lot of buildings there and a fair few vehicles. I think that's the one thing that people seem to forget about this position on the map, is that there is quite a few vehicles on the way down on those roads. So sometimes it does feel like you're dropping in the middle of nowhere because it is just a lot of trash compounds that you're looting. But you also do get the secondary benefit of having vehicles to rotate off this spot as well.
Well, here we hone in with the MADBULLS POV on the camera of Zeros at the minute. He's taken a few pot shots actually from Dagestan quite far away. And they'll be able to put a few bullets down range, make it a little bit more uncomfortable then. And Flique, he's already far out. Tulika and Co jumping into the vehicles now to actually split on this one. So you have the 2-2 setup over towards where what remains of Shockwave are lurking down towards that shooting range side. Could be intriguing.
Yeah, it is actually intriguing. It's the best way to put it for MADBULLS, that they're actually trying to scout up towards Severny. Frozen God tries to get in the buggy. I think Zero's just going to try and pop the tires on that one. But immediately there is a rescue force been sent in. That's coming through from Tulika, I believe. He's going to pick him up, get him on his way. But yeah, I do find it a little bit, not odd, but just interesting they would take this play. And I think that's just to get some information on the guys who may be rotating over towards box compound. They don't want to leave Rozhok Island free either. They want to have a free rotation in towards Pachinki. They know there's going to be a huge amount of teams already towards the center of that circle, considering we had that western plane path. So the more teams that they can sort of get rid of on this northern side, the more teams that they can cripple on their way in, it's really good news for them. It's going to keep them nice and clean as they head towards Pachinki and not have to worry about so many backstabs. So I think playing on the edge of this game, probably a wise idea right now for MADBULLS. Tulika and Frozen God in the blue, though. I think it's time to leave now.
Time to get a move on. See if you can edge slightly further forward. Get yourself a little bit safer. So they're going to bail out on that one. Try and link back round. To MUERTE as well. Going to be basically thrown into what looks like a bit of an uncomfortable barnyard brawl here outside of the ruins in terms of the spacing. But look at the shift on that. Oh, mate, like 40% of the zone is just blue.
That is grimothy. I didn't like that at all. That's upsetting to watch, to say the least. there's no real firm position where this is going to end up, right? I think that there obviously is more landmass down towards Sosnovka, but either way, you're most likely going to remain, keep on a lot of this bridge, because we're in zone 2, right? That's our biggest shift, that's our biggest shrink. From here on, it's not as egregious, you know, it's just smaller shrinks, but this means that that actual bridge is going to be in play a long time. You're going to see a lot of people playing underneath on the other side of the bridge itself. A very interesting place to finish off this game. Nexus immediately are rotating down towards Primorsk, hoping to pick themselves up some boats. Dark Project left early, and no real option of coming back right now. So definitely a Sosnovka boat rotation on the cards for Nexus at the moment.
For Nexus, they're no strangers to those slow and steady late game rotates. It's where it feels like they're at their most comfortable. Nexus normally very good for the Erangel finishes as well, so we'll tune in with those as we get there. Meanwhile, some of the scraps still occurring on this one. It's the MUERTE that are dealing damage back onto No Mercy Warriors. Very fragmented fights. Everyone's all over the shop on this one, whilst also being nipped out by the blue. And you've got such a large amount of ground to cover to get down towards where the new zone is. So this next few moments is going to be quite intense in terms of potentially finishing off at least 2 of our squads here.
Yeah, it's properly criminal in terms of the circle that moves down here, especially these teams playing on the northern side. I don't think Nexus found a boat, you know? They're actually moving back over towards Ferry Pier, on the backside towards Dark Project, Tuna, Major Pride, and Titans. This is a little bit of a difficult arena to be playing in. So I'm a bit worried for them, see what they can get done from that area, but I think they would much rather have some boats on board to just head down towards the south side of Sosnovka. But either way, difficult game ahead for a lot of teams. In fact, it might even just be worth it for Nexus to send straight into the water itself and just swim to the island. I think they're maybe worried about the shifting back up towards the northern side, because it's been some strange shifts so far today.
So MADBULLS have opted to just crash straight on in, close towards where the bridge is as well. So that means it's going to be them, Titan and Co, that are just going up against one another. Meanwhile, Nexus now, we get to see what they've been up to as they're fighting for control of the compound here against Dark Project that were already hunkered down and have been playing off the angles. You get the first tags out. You're able to soften them up a little bit. Utility galore for either side, so pins pulled, grenades being thrown all over the shop, trying to see if they can move on in. Meanwhile, Major Pride get the first tag off on Titan. It seems like Titan, they've basically been split pushed on this one, and they are eating it from the get-go. Not looking good here.
No, I think MADBULLS got them on the back rope right now. Just Icy left remaining. This guy is a clutch maestro, though. Comes in with the initial nade, has 5 more in the back pocket, looks to swing on the outside. That's through both windows. Could be decent, could be decent.
It's a great idea. Good mechanics at the very least from Icy. You know what, Blank? He's still nipping at their heels. He's still keeping the pressure on, taking his cheeky peeks with the bounces through the window, getting them in a prime location, not quite taking them out, but at least stopping them up. And this has bought a little bit of time for the rest of Titan to somewhat reset themselves. Of course, I said the rest of Titan is basically just one man who's on his last legs. Had to have looked so far back, so it's going to be awkward for Icy to adjust from this. We would need to physically clean up and then somehow find an escape in the next couple seconds. As Havlik's being peeked upon, that's Zerich from the way back. Hits that one. So Titan's just the solo from here on out.
Yeah, really tough now. I mean, if anyone can do it, it is Icy. He's got the UMP2 in hand, but 4 players, gets the first knock on board, heads back up to the top side of Grandma and looks for another. Frozen gets tagged right in the head. 2 first aid kits, has to be a little bit cautious of how he used them. But Fleek, he's just going to push in, and Icy, he finds another. He keeps this fight rotating.
Great. Icy. He's got my dreams in his hands right now as he's trying to keep the game alive again. Further aggression, perfectly placed nade as that one will detonate in his face and shut him down finally. As MADBULLS are on parade, they have no chance to catch their breath. You've got your next fight coming in right here, right now, as Major Pride have moved up the hillside and look to take you down. 2 of them knocked. Effect falls back to support the squad. Frozen, if he instigates on this one, there's an opportunity for him to put one of the key players down in the dirt. alert, but Nomi provides overwatch and hits an all-important shot. And MADBULLS, have they fluffed their line so quickly?
Dagestan just swipes in from the side. That's towards yellows. Not easy shots to take, but they just line them all up there. And Major Pride's going to be able to get back up on their feet off the back of this one. In the meantime, NEXUS able to finish out their fight between them and Dark Project. They actually are able to keep all 4 players alive in the process. Loads of teams now down towards Sosnovka itself. And I think right now, for any team still on that northern edge, it is very, very, very difficult. Basically just praying for the northern shift. And MUERTE, though, clearing out No Mercy. Milky Way able to get that shot around the corner.
MUERTE moving on in. All of the nades ready. Detonating right above Wobbly as he's going to have to make a bit of a move here. Has to use his utility again to heal himself up. You see that one dashed in through the window as Furia pitches a fastball and secures it as No Mercy Warriors go down in 12th. Major Pride, well, they bailed out. They jumped back in the vehicles, resetting off the awkward encounter they had with MADBULLS. And now they're just being peppered by Dagestan.
That's wild. That's wild they've even been able to get towards that position. Dagestan hit some amazing shots over from yellows and then put themselves in an elevated position where arguably it should be easier and barely even scrape the guys from Major Pride. They're now playing a fantastic little bridge camp over on this edge of the map. Tashipa goes down to the play zone. Unfortunate indeed. And NEXUS needs to think about the game plan as well over on this northwest side because they're one of the last teams to lobby, as well as them and MUERTE, who came all the way down from the northern edge of the map. Be a difficult crossing. EXO does spot the actual rotate coming through. The vehicle is battered and bruised here. Octavian will take down at least one. Kapahala gets slammed into.
He absolutely eats it. Stay pushed on through. The adjustment around the corner as well now as they're starting to once again get themselves into a bit of a better spot to play with. Here comes NEXUS. All right, jumping up. Let's see if Echo and Co can actually make this one look smooth. Peek round the corner's good from MUERTE. Instant connection with the DBS. EXO is looking for the double up blank, and he grabs it.
Man, this guy is a machine. Absolutely owns it when it matters most. And again, NEXUS should be able to get back up to 4 players, but still, they have to move further into the circle. Corker's position is probably the only one they can really head towards, but even that isn't too fun to be in. And Dagestan will have all eyes towards them, but they too have to leave the spot eventually. Nice nade from Nomi will take down Dakimi. And Limbo's got a bead towards NEXUS. Redox taking more shots. Will have to hit the first aid kit. This is just delaying time. Belly flat in the worst spot.
This is getting uncomfortable. So many squads being picked to pieces quite quickly. Dagestan dealing huge blows in this game. It's been a tremendous one for them from start to finish so far. One of the few squads that have still got all 4 alive with high HP across the board as well. And they keep up this momentum, striking onto effect. The cause now being them to get away, jumping back in their vehicles and repositioning onto an off angle. Nomi is caught contact with this. Molotov across, denies them on a quick getaway, tries to spread the tag as well, just peppering him with bullets, wants to bait around his teammate to get him back on his feet, but knows he could be peaked at any time.
NEXUS all the while still coming in from the backside. EXO's actually on the bridge itself. You got Corker underneath. Shifu there might go for a cheeky peek. Octavian will get knocked underneath there. That is bad news for them, but Kapahala has an angle on this. EXO just running backwards and forwards. He's unhittable at this point in time. He's really getting good at this game right now on Erangel.
Kapahala, detonated straight in the face as NEXUS. They are eating these grenades. Exchange again, both of them pitching a ball at one another. Shifu looking for the peak on the bottom side of the stairs as well, honed in with a red dot. Seeing if they're going to start step their way back down. Meanwhile, MUERTE down and out again as they're finished off. Perfectly placed nade on that one. Shifu surprising with a big detonation, blowing up the pre-predictions for the both of us.
Yeah, it's over. It's over for us there. We did our best. To be fair, honestly, Nexus had one of their best games to date on that match. Like, it looked so much more comfortable for them. So, not too disappointed in the boys, honestly, at the end of the day. What I am worried about, though, is Major Pride is currently bang in the center. And Black-White seems to have just been able to run down the stairs again. Don't know what's going on at the moment, but team looks a little bit ethereal. Limbo, someone has to clap back on this guy. He should not be allowed to just crawl back up those stairs, and finally he's taken down. Most teams are still at 4 squads. I think we're half the lobby, just under half the lobby, at 4 men, still up and kicking. Dagestan, 12 eliminations so far. They've been on a tear. The highest elimination count in the lobby. Second highest being 2, Jackie.
It's crazy, right? That only 2 other squads are tied for that second highest total tally. And both of them are just on 2 eliminations apiece. And this is wild. Dagestan at the minute really are the ones just running away with the game with absolute ease. And they've got such good positioning. It's also just the fact that they're winning out on their firefights so confidently. They're committing to them as a unit. They're hitting their shots and just playing some great PUBG Mobile right now. What remains of Major Pride off towards the side here, and it does look a bit comedic coming in now with the predictions for this one. Of course, we just willed them into existence. We hoped they'd be able to win it before the game even started, but it's not meant to be.
I mean, this is, to be fair, this is actually a really difficult match to predict either way. I think we were almost better off peace of mind wise, you know, predicting at the start of the game, because I really don't know who I would have picked at this point. I think it must have been tough for Janiro as well as Kalaris on the desk there to actually go for those predictions. Major Pride, despite only losing 1 member, they still have a good chance at this game because Dagestan eventually will have to push over towards them. It's going to have to be a bit of a brute force match for Dagestan to get across this bridge, because there will be those side swipes coming through from Alpha, and Major Pride knows that their first point of call in this game, their major priority, is taking down Dagestan. They're the biggest threat to them at the moment.
Dagestan seems to be the biggest threat to anyone that's still alive at this point. They are just so crisp. And they've got so many nades, so much to work with in terms of utility. The decision-making's been clean from them as well, but Effect in a bit of a prime-time angle, a filthy one where he could really deal some damage. He's got support from Nomi further up ahead as well. Nades starting to be cast over now. They'll make it a bit more uncomfortable. Some strong throws from Shifu, dashing him as far back as he can. An exchange of nades as Effect opts to go for a similar kind of play. Shifu eats one of them.
Limbo
phase is taken out, but it's Limbo to connect the shot onto Nomi. Oh, look at the peak from him. This madman's going up high.
I mean, that's a gorgeous play coming through from Limbo. An instant reaction as well, because the nades are coming quite close to them. So he's like, look, it might be dangerous for me to take the position up on the actual girders, but I'm going to go for it anyway. I'm going to go for it anyway, and that's Major Pride taken down out the game. Alpha's trying to get up close and personal, but Dagestan have finished that fight out between them and Major Pride so quickly. There's still a good chance for them in this game now to re-aggress over towards Alpha. KONINA Power, they will knock out Beck here, and VIRTUS.PRO, they go far again. They did drop down towards Sosnovka early on, so they had a good start to this one. And what's out the game? Beck on his last legs. Elementric tries to go high. But there's so many angles around him, needs to be wary of.
KONINA Power as well, a squad that we haven't really mentioned too much over the past sort of week, really. They're now trying to make something from this. Problem is, Elementrix peeks up, finds the first adjustment shot, and he's not content with one. Wants to finish off Becker, and Hawk commits onto that. There's the trade back though. Unicorns of Love being able to find a big tag onto that and cut their way through half of VP, and they're all on top of each other. You've basically got the contained fight with Dagestan and Alpha, and then Unicorns of Love, KONINA Power, and VP all duking it out with just No Mercy Warriors last man hidden away.
Yeah, keeping it cool and collected here. TUNA as well in this game. Unicorns of Love look to put some pressure down towards Alpha. They got an initial knock with a lovely molly. Honestly, I don't even know how Alpha was able to bank that one in. Flex just going to keep sending these smokes, and they know that the utility is looking a little bit dry on their side, so they want to get up close and personal, just take the gunfight. So far, Dagestan has been absolutely phenomenal when it comes to some of these nades, but keep on the off angle there. Once again, it feels like this bridge is their home turf for the moment, Jackie.
They're thriving on it right now. They're burning bridges with all the other teams, but they're building themselves a bridge towards victory. The turntables, though, starting to switch things up, but no, short-lived. Alpha, they thought they finally had the number of Dagestan, but they've been absolutely demolished by them. Again, the big brawlers on the bridge.
I mean, Shifu there, I'm pretty sure he thought it was a teammate for a second because he saw him and was like, there's no way someone's brazen enough to just cross the bridge under my watch. So does a quick double take and then takes him down quite shortly afterwards. But again, this bridge has been less of a curse and more of a blessing over towards Dagestan, a real boon. They spend the majority of their time here. Right now, they're building a bridge towards victory, towards that chicken dinner. It's a bit unnecessary in terms of building that entire bridge just to get some chicken, but I respect it.
They put in a hard graft, and it seems to be paying off for them massively. Fair play. They're hitting their shots. The decision-making's been great, and they've just made it look so easy. The mechanical skill on true display, working around the awkward angles towards the bridge, and even though you're such an open, exposed location, they're still being able to deal with it fantastically. What remains of the rest of our squads as well now, picked to pieces here and there, looking to make their adjustments. With TUNA, it's just zero. He's been lurking behind this rock for so long, just trying to keep his nose clean, not wanting to get stuck into any fights because he realizes he'll be mobbed up instantly.
It's going to be hard for him. I mean, just looking at this match so far, you sort of do want Dagestan to win, realistically. 19 eliminations. It's been an unbelievable match. No team survives that long. It's been impossible game after impossible game this week. These first 3 days of Phase 2 have been some of the most exciting PUBG Mobile we've seen in a long time. Just every single game being an absolute banger so far. Again, second place team in terms of elimination so far, still left in the lobby, is 4 to the whopping 19 of Dagestan. And these guys are heated up, and it really is quite a massive boon when you come into these games feeling really confident in your plays. Unfortunately, they're on the low ground, so these nades are a little bit easier to bank down towards them, but instantly they set up their own little smoke fort, the Cloud House, they get it in action.
Getting those smokes up as quick as can be, shrouding themselves, because like you said, Unicorns of Love, they've got the high ground to work with. Oh, look at this though. Zero on the TUNA cam, slowly swimming his way upstream, looking to see if he can surprise with a splash attack from the backside. Unicorns of Love pushing slightly further forward as well as Woodson's made his move down the hill. Oh man, wherever the chips lie at the end of this one, it's going to be explosive. Dagestan have played the blinder of the game, but now they're starting to get peppered upon. Roll Kiss, the initiator, opens up the fight. Re-aggression from the side though. It's Shifu that surprises, peeks out behind the tree and shuts down Roll Kiss, trading 1-for-1.
That's going to give them much needed time right now, because playing down this hill is so unfortunate. I think even heading over towards the western side right now for Dagestan could be the play here, and keep spots out zero. So important here. Every single time they need something important to happen, Dagestan has pulled it out the bag, albeit quite last minute, but we do love a last minute gamer.
Dagestan, everything they've done has been fantastic in this match. Don't let it crumble towards the end. They're down by 1 in terms of the battle of attrition. You need to get one of your players back on his feet as well. And it's just such an awkward angle from playing such a dominant position to now being completely battered from side to side. But look at the advancement from Becca. KONINA Power, we haven't said their name for a little while. They've just been keeping themselves out of trouble, but now they're looking to cause some as Becca wants to backstab. Moving up on the side of the hill, Woodson and Co.'s attention still being drawn down towards the collection of smokes that are being thrown out by Dagestan.
It's a smart move from KONINA Power as well, actually. You know, leaving Ovhez and Nagori behind to make sure Dagestan can't make this shift over towards the western side is really quite smart. And it's important as well, because if they took the full-on brawl with Unicorns Love on that top side, there's a potential that Dagestan's able to get in from behind. Limbo picks himself up an MG3, and Keep will come through with the M4, finds at least one. Rollkiss has to send back. And you know what? KONINA Power, they could pull the trigger on this one.
They might be revving up to go for it. See if they can overwhelm the battle of the horses, it seems, with Dagestan just lurking down towards the hillside. Keeps on delivering. Hits the shot towards Offhaze. Here's the fight we were waiting for. Becker peeks on in. Assaults towards Unicorns of Love. Continues to throw out the utility as well. Meanwhile, Limbo dropping everyone down to the ground as he assaults onto what remains of Unicorns of Love. They're gone, and we're into the 2v2.
Becker just about gets behind a little bit of cover here. 22 eliminations with these last two here. Could be sending over to 24 or 25. Lovely Molotov burns them out the backside there. And this is unbelievable. Blazing their way through this lobby. They're gonna go for the res 2. Just confirm this one now, but not before Keep finds the last player in Agori. What a game from Dagestan. An unbelievable victory from the bridge side. It shouldn't be possible, but Dagestan show us that improbable can be made probable sometimes.
Oh, mate, the blaze of glory from Dagestan. That's a blinder of the game from start to finish, right? Played it to perfection. A high elimination game as well. Positionally, some fantastic PUBG Mobile. The positions they're playing, the bridge control, blank.
I mean, it should just not have been possible. It should just not have been possible. And literally, Dagestan has just dropped the drawbridge right at this point, and they stampeded out. They were on a march, and they took themselves that chicken dinner. Yeah, they had to get the hard hats on. They had to get a bit of building done, but it's fair play at the end of the day. But we're going to head back over the desk and then build ourselves up a little bit of analysis whilst I take a drink of water.
All right, enjoy your water, Blank. I'm sure Dagestan is enjoying theirs as well after that impressive feat. I mean, yes, I'm gonna join Kalaris. We are clapping for Dagestan and what they have just done.
Unreal, unbelievable play. This was, for my money, the best game of the tournament so far from Dagestan, regardless of Titan getting themselves 25 eliminations in that previous game. There's 25 dropped here by Dagestan, and I'm going to tell you right now, they were in one of the worst positions in the game, in this game. They were up in yellows, north of the bridge, fighting against all odds, and they absolutely went on a tear. This was the best game of Phase 2. This was the best game of PMPL EU Fall across the board. I'm so impressed, Ginny. I'm so impressed.
All right. That's really high coming from the fact that as well Titan, when they had their first game here at Phase 2, it was also picture perfect PUBG Mobile, and all the puzzle pieces fell into place perfectly. Same thing for Dagestan. However, they were in a little bit more of a difficult scenario than Titan were on that first game. So the fact that they were able to bring that back was absolutely incredible. But even before they did so, Kalaris, you said it yourself, there were 3 teams that were in a very good position, but still Dagestan comes out on top. Yeah, I mean, obviously, of course, KONINA Power, Unicorns of Love, and VIRTUS.PRO had themselves amazing spots, but let's focus on Dagestan here. The cool thing about this, and I'm going to frame it in a very weird way here, is this actually wasn't picture-perfect PUBG Mobile. They went through war after war after war, taking casualties eventually as Zadira went down during all of this. And he had himself 7 eliminations by the time he goes down. But the fact that they're able to make it across the bridge the way that they did, I wanted production in the back to pull how much utility across the board that they've been able to throw during this. Maybe we can take a look at it in the pre-show tomorrow. But it's insane. You make that across that bridge, take all of those fights constantly, you need to be throwing smoke after smoke after smoke, after nade after nade, after hitting your shot after hitting your shot, and then somehow able to get off the bridge and then take the... Sorry, I'm very excited right now. No, go for it. Absolutely. Enjoying it.
It was an unreal performance from Dagestan. I was so excited throughout this game, Ginny. So excited.
I think as well that excitement is further translates into the damage that the team has done as well. 3,306 with 25 eliminations. Not 2, not 3, not 6 like the runner-ups, no. 2, 5. That is an incredible chunk of the lobby that they have dealt with themselves, and that is after the fact that they weren't in this picture-perfect position where you would actually find it quite maybe a little bit easier to close out the game. They had to fight tooth and nail to get there.
I mean, we're witnessing some proper high-level PUBG Mobile right now. Not only this victory, but also, I mean, even, you know, Major Pride able to take the victories that they did before when they were able to smoke off the buildings on Sanhok and then move down. But focusing on this game here for a moment, kudos to Azza for being able to make that happen with the pump early on in that compound above against the Nameless. But as this game went on, in no world would I have put money on any team coming from mainland onto Military Island. The teams on Military Island should have had decent enough time to be able to set themselves on high ground properly, hold off against some of these teams. I think unfortunately for a lot of those teams on the high ground towards the south of Military Island on the circle that we're talking about here, they all kind of got sandwiched against one another, so took a kind of a few casualties here and there, and Dagestan was able to capitalize off of that. Everything about this bridge play, everything about their transitions from fight to fight to fight was awesome to watch. I'm in love with what I saw in this game here, Nero.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And it's translating as well to the amount of points that they're able to get. And just the fact that coming in today as well, we personally said that the couple first games were very aggressive, but this one was an absolute treat to watch. And it's Dagestan who get their second chicken dinner. We haven't really seen them after that one explosive performance on day 1. So being able to see them again here on day 3 actually quite lovely as well for the roster, and as well because of the fact that when we're looking at how many points they got, 35, I'm pretty sure that shoots them pretty far up in that overall ranking, because besides Titan Gaming, no one has really been able to get 35 points in one game, and there we go, all the way up to 4th.
No, I mean, this is a feat that we didn't think was going to be matched, right, by Titan.
Yes.
The fact that they got themselves the 35 points in one game. Dagestan was able to replicate that against so much adversity, which to me is even more impressive. I'm not going to take away from the fact that Titan Gaming got an amazing game off the back of having 35 points. It was an amazing game. But Dagestan was just like, hold my beer. This is where we're going to do it here on the bridge. I can't emphasize this enough. I love what I saw in this game. It might be one of my favorite games of PUBG Mobile of all time. Am I over-dramatizing this a little bit?
It's okay. It's all for the show, all right? They deserve it because this was such a great game. And if anything, just looking at how far this puts them onto that leaderboard, they are 4th. This is the highest that they have ever been throughout, whether we're looking at spring, whether we're looking at fall for 2023. For Dagestan specifically as a team, this is the highest they have ever played. So that is no small feat in itself. That is such a great position to be in for the team. 2 points behind 3rd place. That is easily made up for one of the games, depending again how Titan will be performing. And going through the rest of the overalls, I think, as we mentioned, KONINA Power, they had a good game this time around. Unicorns have loved getting pretty close as well, but as we also heard on the cast, they were kind of, we haven't really said their names very often. That is absolutely correct, but also maybe not fully hitting the potential that they were able to, considering their position.
Yeah, I felt like they weren't warm coming into this one, and
yeah,
they had a great spot but weren't able to convert with it.
Absolutely. And talking about being warm and having the action and just everything going the way you want it to, we have a TDM ready, and you guys already know what that means, a whole lot of action. So let's head over to Jackie and Blank to check in with them and how they think this TDM is going to play out.
Probably a bit scrappy, like a man taking on a kangaroo in a boxing match. Just a lot of ba-ba, ba-ba. You know what I mean, Blank?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean there. You know, the old long fist. That's what you need in a fight.
Jimmy the Reach, they call
Jimmy
him.
the Reach. That's what they call him. Indeed. That's what you need. You need the old long boxing glove. And I think what we're going up against right now is Gladiators versus No Mercy Warriors. Should be a good match. Gladiators, though, fairly quiet recently. It's been a bit weird coming through from them. And I think Wobbly actually is kind of a sick player coming through from No Mercy Warriors. Actually hit some really good shots, so I'm expecting him to do well here in this TDM. And we'll find out right now. It's on your screens. Matic coming straight through the start. I mean, I'd be feared. I would be feared coming up against the Gladiators, but I think No Mercy Warriors, they've got a little to lose here. Let's go straight for it. Wobbly gets backed off the angle straight away, though.
I'm right there with you. I would assume the Gladiators should be one of our better squads in TDM, just because, you know, pound for pound, when it comes to firepower, it feels like a whole team can basically pop off at any given time. Meku and Matic, even over the past 2 play days, Blank, they've been looking ferocious when they're going in. They're being able to find themselves a lot of opening pickups. So we'll see if that'll happen here in the TDM. Perfect timing from Wobbly as he peeks out and gets the backstab off on that one. Nicely played. Meku as well gets flanked as he's taken down by Sind.
Sin goes through right on the backside here. We'll take down a little bit more for it, and that's 4 eliminations already on the side. Oh, No Mercy Warriors, kind of insane so far. I didn't expect this one to be happening. They're getting torn to pieces, so it just feels like Gladiators just don't have it in them at the moment. Fully white, Marlowe looks for a little bit more, will get the drop shot off the back of it. Meku tries to clap back. 8-2 right now. Make that 9. Gladiators are suffering.
They're looking like pulled pork. When it comes out the oven, it just gets pulled to bits with 2 forks. They're just crumbling everywhere. At least there is some kind of scrap back, as they will be able to take it to a 10-5 split on the scoreline, resetting things somewhat. But even then, Sind, the super sub, seems to be really quite effective in TDM for No Mercy Warriors. So aggressive and delivering countless times. Tixi, though, the time bomb himself, tried to wide swing on the elevated peak, but he's traded back.
Just not going their way. Nice flash over the top side. That's completely stunning for Gladiators. And Watch Me is just gunning them down so far. They just cannot run out here. Just feels like they're facing them time and time again. No Mercy Warriors happy about it, and you're right, the super sub comes through, and he's looking good.
Man, Sind with a smooth move slides into action and abuses, leaves him black and blue with the shotty. Dixie, he'll trade it though. At least picks up 1. But this is such a disparity. I don't remember the last time we saw such a huge lead here in TDM Blank. You know, you were led by basically 11, now tied up by 10, but again, instantly they start to peel further out. They're just finding these pickups with no real room for trades from Gladiators. You'd hope that they'd be able to find some sort of momentum, at least here getting a little bit back in their favor. Meku, though, round the corner still gets rinsed as he's shut down. That's Sind, who's by and large got to be the biggest fragger in the server right now.
He's getting some really good opportunity picks at the moment. Swings around the side, and man, this guy has sinned, because that's some illicit behavior coming through from him on the shoddy slide. Just every time it feels like Gladiators might be able to claw something back. There's always that trade, that refrag. Up to 25 eliminations now, and Gladiators look a little bit angry about this. They start to clap back just a little bit. Tixi over the top side, now running in, and Sin tries to go for the same shenanigans, and it's just not possible.
This is huge. How have they been able to bring it back? They're really just ripping their way through them now and stacking up those elims. It's the smallest distance we've seen between the two, and they look to assault on the close quarters engagement again. Meku runs down Watch Me, says watch this, as he puts bullets into his face. Re-aggression onto Sind as well. This time he comes up short, can't win out on that one. Look at the confidence. Gladiators have reinvigorated themselves, and they're now only 2 eliminations behind tying the game. They've equalized it.
It just does not make any sense here, Jackie. This is the kind of game you go into, you feel like, oh, these guys aren't great at all. Let's just get in there. Let's get stuck into the thick of it. But it's all just a big bait at the end of the day. Matic, not got the right weapon out at the time. Tries to pull out the stun grenade, but Wobbly's position should be now known. Kitsune claps back with a nade of his own. And they are close, but they haven't yet broken that lead through as of yet. But Meku does not allow anything to happen there. Once again, equalize back up. They want to get rid of Wobbly. This position is so awful to play around, especially over towards door side, but they're still getting frags all over the place. Meku tries to get around the side, but it is flushed out, and there you go. Gladiators finally head for the first time. 34 eliminations, 6 to go, Jackie.
We're coming up dangerously close towards crunch time. Gladiators pushing in for the cleave, cut their way through Watch Me as he couldn't handle the assault he's been hit with. Tixi blows away another one as well as Marvello's down. And this is a 36-35 game. One elimination away from tying it back up. No Mercy Warriors. They were leading for so long. The first 5 minutes felt like it was all them. Now there's been a reset and a change of pace. Still, one frag of difference between them both.
Should have HEs available, 38 eliminations. Now Gladiators start place a little bit slow, hopefully get that chip damage through and finish things off strong. If they win this game, one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in a legendary TDM match between a team we didn't think be able to take it to Gladiators. They certainly have, but Gladiators, they're having none of it, Jackie.
They want to end it right here, right now. And they're just one elimination away from locking it down. Monumental, as they've been able to swing this one in their favor. The Gladiators hold strong, and Matic will be the madman to shut down Sind. A poetic end. Man, Sind was running away with the game, but in the end they're blank. He's the last one to lose out. The Gladiators snatched the crown.
I mean, it didn't feel like it was going to go that way, let's be honest. It really did not feel like Gladiators would be able to push through on that one. No Mercy Warriors taking out VIRTUS.PRO in match 3, but they just were no match for Gladiators as they started to get back on sides. So the Gladiators will be heading through towards our quarterfinals there, which is great to see. I'm happy to see it. I mean, this is shaping up to be some really good TDMs. And again, Gladiators, they always finish late. They always finish late into the tournaments. They finish there late into the TDM too. We're heading over towards our 4th match of the day. We're here over on Miramar.
All right. We've changed the pace a little bit because that was crazy, but it is what it is. We leave it in the past for now and start to focus back on our regularly scheduled programming, of course. If you are just joining us, this would be our 4th battleground of the day. Miramar for the 2nd time today. Obviously, way back when we started off the show, Miramar was won by Major Pride. Major Pride went on to win the 2nd game as well on Sanhok. So the back-to-back wins for them. It was a good way to start things off. They're not present in the lobby this time, though. They don't have an opportunity to repeat history in the way that they started it. But we'll see how it's going to go, Blake.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, maybe a little bit happy for the fact that they're not in this game. It's been pretty terrifying to come up against and just making some unbelievable plays. We're going to talk about the last game really quickly because, you know, Dagestan, what a ridiculous match. It just shows you that no matter what situation you're in, you've got the utility, you've got the know-how, and you've got the gusto too to just push through towards the end, that determination. You can still win out the game. And you know what? I'm also now a Dagestan because they are a fantastic squad. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that because they have great players on the side. MADBULLS, though, I think that they're going to be pretty happy coming into this match. I think this is their time to shine. Come on, guys. I predicted you twice today. Don't make me do it a 3rd time.
Surely the branding on that one, by the way, would be a Dagger fan.
Yeah, but you know, I'm going even further. I'm the Dagestan.
Oh, right, like Stan. Oh, there you go. Actually, yeah, all right, that does work. I thought you just hadn't workshopped it, but you've made it.
Well, I just said some nonsense.
I thought you just said the team name. I am also Dagestan.
That is like the true Iron Man ending quote scene.
I am Dagestan. Oh, mate.
That was
like
good.
when you go to the cinema, but someone's in your seat. I will Dagestan.
Yeah, true. I mean, no, I'm not going to continue. I was going to.
We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. We'll workshop it for
ovation
next
on
week.
that last game.
That's what I mean, bud.
Yeah,
We'll come back. We'll come back with it next.
We'll have too much. We'll have too much. Yeah. But yes, after a southeast shift here, honestly, a shift where MADBULLS do well. I think that I want to see them having done that VOD review, having done that homework. How are they going to play out this game? They already have Zerich out very far towards Lost Leonas. You know what? I actually don't mind this split. It's very dangerous, but at the same time, having a lad out here nice and early gives you a good amount of control because what they've been really struggling with is getting that push up the hillside over towards a better position in the circle when it inevitably has shifted west in the past. So I actually, you know, I like it. I like it a lot.
Big fan, yeah?
Yeah, you could call it out.
Oh, gosh. There's just so many opportunities for it, but we'll workshop on them. We'll bring them back next week. We'll keep them wrapped up until then.
It's like trying to tell me to put them away at this point. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Put the dagger quotes away.
Yeah,
for now. Let's see if they have another pop-off game, and then we can break the safe wide open.
That's right. You know, I'm gonna get back in the old vault. That's what I want to see. So, Dagestan. On your next game, lads, let's make this a big one. Let's make this a big one.
Let's make it a game to remember.
Let's make it a game. Motivational speeches from Blank. But again, on this map, I think the one team that has kind of like, I'd want to say disappointed, but I feel it's almost too harsh to say it. It's probably Alpha Team. Let's say I've just not been pleased is even worse. I'm going to say I've been disappointed. I've been disappointed.
Can't find the right term, can you?
I can't find the right term. I've been disappointed. I've been let down by Alpha Team.
I'm underwhelmed.
I'm underwhelmed right now. I've been let down by Alpha Team because I think that genuinely from this position, Minas Generalis, like they have dominated some matches in the past from this spot. They've had some really good box lock-ins in terms of like 4-man splits and just controlling space and area, and we just haven't seen successful games from them as of yet on this map, which really is a bit weird for me considering the amount of times that I've kind of touted Alpha Team, even when they were back playing on Sly. Like that was where they really did shine. It's just controlling on Miramar, especially when there's no compounds around. They were very good at just terrain play in general. So if there's any team that I'm watching this game, it's definitely Alpha. I think I've had enough time now to figure things out, to how they want to play it, get back into that groove, back into that mentality we've seen them in the past. So yeah, Alpha Team. Let me put the pre-predicted.
I'd hope to see something good from them, mate. Just because, you know, I'm right there with you. It feels like, honestly, they've had a few opportunities, even over the course of today, where in some fights, it really just seemed like they just have a massive leg up, and somehow it all just gets a bit really wobbly. Next thing you know, the spaghetti's on the floor, and it's all gone out the windows. So something needs to change. A little bit more consistency from them would be nice to see, and just project themselves a little bit further into these games, but do something in those final moments. You know, don't sort of go down without even throwing a punch. So hopefully there's something to be said for them. We'll see how it goes. Obviously for Titan as well, I'd like to see them warm up a little bit more towards the end of the day. It felt like they were coming out swinging towards the beginning. Potentially it was boding well that we were going to see more and more from them where they go from strength to strength today. But again, another squad that just seems to not be delivering in the most important moments. Here you got a bit of a Mad Max Fury Road type situation. Everyone's on rotation. Everyone's in their big old trucks as they get a move on to try and move ahead of the zone and reset themselves in terms of the positioning. KASIK squad look like they might have had an opportunity to cross paths of Titan, but we'll check in with that if it develops. Meanwhile, on your screens here, SBG as well. SBG, they also kind of fit the bill of a squad that at times feels like they're just bubbling up. Like when you've had the pasta on boil for a good 5 minutes and it's just about to get warm enough, but then there's a power cut and it just doesn't happen. And I don't know why. It's a shame because I feel like the talent's there for SBG Blank. Something just isn't quite connecting.
It's not clicking on that side. I think a lot of it comes down to Navallo taking over duties as the IGL. I think he's still getting used to it. I think the team's still getting used to the new playstyle. SBG's been through many iterations over the last, let's just say, year, honestly. So it's been quite difficult. And I think realistically, it's going to take a little bit more time to get the synergy on board, because I think with a team like Titans, you put this team together, right? Robs, Icy, Old Boy, as well as Havlik, they're all absolutely crazy at this current era of PUBG Mobile. And I think it just works, because we were talking about in phase 1 saying that they had that individualistic talent, and even just as individuals, just bouncing off one another, the playstyle still worked in their favor. They've started to build some of that synergy now, and they're probably still on the same area where SBG is at. You know, they're not fully in that coordination zone as of yet. We see some moments of greatness coming through on that side of things, but it's just because they are so much better at this point in time. And I think SBG just needs to get some of that mojo back, man.
You'd hope so, right? See them bopping see him having the Austin Powers music in the background when they come into some of these fights, because if they were just a little bit more decisive, a little more aggressive at times, maybe that could be the edge that they need.
Yeah.
Speculation at the end of the day, though, you know, it's all just down to what the players really do produce for us. And in terms of where they're going to be ending up, we can have a look here, switching back over towards the map screen. No Mercy Warriors and the Nameless being the two squads that are actually going for that classic Nexus style. Late rotates, keep themselves in the blue, turn up a little bit later towards the party. Circle hones in further around towards Los Leones as well. So putting a bit of force momentum on a few of these teams, namely VP and also VULGAR down towards the coastal side that will have to make their move over. You've also got Gladiators backing directly on top of SBG as well. So that could be a fight between two of the teams we've been talking about quite a lot going into this one.
Yeah, I actually really do want Gladiators to do well. I think Janira also agrees that she wants to see this team do a little bit better because they certainly have the skill for it. It just feels something's not quite right there at the moment. You know, they don't have the confidence to make these plays, or they're not feeling like the gunfights are as strong today, which is fair enough. Everyone has their days once in a while, but right now it's been a set of 3 days, and I think that Gladiators on their day off tomorrow, it's going to have to not be that much of a day off. It's going to have to be figuring out a little bit more what's going on within the lobby, talk to their coach, get some VOD review done. Titans move in, Robs walk directly past him. Immediately Icy goes down too, and it's looking bad now.
That's despicable, Blank. Robs doesn't clear the angle, walks in just so focused on what's in front of his eyes. He doesn't clear towards the left-hand side. He's just battered them. KASIK team looked like they were going down the pan quick on this one. And now they've just flipped the script completely. Titans, I don't know if they even deserve to really reset from this.
Yeah, to be fair, the way I see it, right, is it's just trigger discipline coming through from Trofka. You look at Robs as a player, I think he's so confident just to walk into these areas purely, purely off the back of the fact that he knows he can flick. But Trofka doesn't give him that luxury. He just doesn't take a shot. The trigger discipline is there, and by the time he's getting shot at, he already assumes that angle's clean. Havlik gets taken down by Zerich. MADBULLS already moved up towards that position, and now Alpha's looking to finish off. Tenchik is down though already, left the lobby.
That's sad from Titan. The difference clearing that angle could have made. And instead now the pressure keeps on mounting because KASIK team, they're being scrapped by not only the players far away in MADBULLS putting bullets downrange, but Alpha team that are right inside your compound and Nexus Gaming that have rotated over. Normally we see them avoiding these sort of fights for love nor money, but at this point they've been drawn in like moth to the flame. They want to actually instigate a bit of an attack on this one. They've taken a fair amount of damage round towards Redux and Co, so Exo dedicates resources there to get him back on his feet. Kapahala, lucky to be alive as well with how low his HP is. Octavian inside of the building, looking to aggress. Utility round the corner, follows it up with a nade as well to force them out of position. XG just sits on it like a mother hen and takes that one on the chin.
Yeah, I think Octavian expected them to move out there because it was actually decent play, sending the stun grenade in and then the unprimed nade straight afterwards to try and bait out some panic. But Alpha is just sitting pretty. Reflector on the other side. I think, you know what, Nexus, that last game was very important for them in terms of realizing that, you know what, they can take these team fights and crashes aren't as scary as they might think. Nade comes over the top though, and right now Alpha is holding their own. It's a difficult spot to be in though, because eventually you're going to have to move across this field into the waiting jaws of the likes of MADBULLS as well as KONINA Power.
This fight's still going. Kapahala looking to just get one well-placed right hook off when the timing's right. Ooh, Mandarin, okay, you love this. Jumps inside the vehicle, just wants to keep his nose clean, hoping that they won't realize he's here, so we could go for a bit of a cheeky peek. Instead, though, with the smoke dissipating, launches himself out the driver's side seat and runs into the building, gets his belly down on the ground. And this has been going on for so long. The entire time, KASIK team, they just haven't peaked again. Trofka's just been waiting on an off angle with English inside of the building upstairs, whilst Alpha and Nexus duke it out amongst themselves.
mean, it's tough stuff. I mean, the amount of times we've seen KASIK down to 2 players, especially just Trofka living it through and then clutching things up. I mean, even over on that Sanhok, getting himself a nice little 3rd place for himself earlier on today. KASIK team is very happy to chill out. I think these are 2 of the best players on KASIK's side, is Trofka as well as English. I think finally NEXUS, they want to get rid of these players inside. Nade pulled for Reflect. At very close quarters, it could be deadly.
Oh, Mandarin, though, instantly aggressed upon as Redux will ruin him. Oh, off the ankle as well. Xipa, he's been blown away. That's perfect from Kapohala. Opens it up with the initiate from the nade and finishes things with the shotty. But KASIK team, how have they been able to gain control of this one so quickly? The placement on those nades is fabulous.
Yeah, there's only one space they want to be, and again, you assume the players are going to loot. They don't realize you're in this location. Instant nail to the top. 2v3, certainly possible. Redux tries to get the angle over towards the backside, but Trofka is looking to send another nade in. Tries to get the cross, won't find it. It's a good guess, though. You respect it.
Quick heals out. Get the stims in as well. Reset yourself. They've been making the calls so cleanly when to kick off these fights, but for NEXUS, they've been doubling out and want to just get away. They realize it's not worth investing any more resources now. They weathered the storm with a fight with Alpha, and they are lucky to reset off the back of the nade from KASIK team, bail on it, reposition, so that's what they go for.
Looking over towards the center side of the map right now, Jackie. Gladiators actually got themselves a nice position over on the edge of Los Leones. On that western side, that project over towards their north on the silos itself, but that's actually a strong spot to play. It looks down towards No Mercy Warriors, who are going to try and make their way up the road, but that is uphill towards Gladiators, and they also have the option of leaving Los Leones if it doesn't actually head into it. On the other hand of things, you've got this northeast split, which is absolutely treacherous for so many teams at the moment who are trying to move in towards Los Leones itself. MADBULLS got a big task on their hand. They have to hold out many teams if they want to get away with this one alive.
Meanwhile, VIRTUS.PRO on our screens as well, as they're looking to try and keep themselves standing strong with the clash against the Nameless. The Nameless, who use the positioning to push the whole way up, actually deal damage down and towards Wait, get the drive-by on Pruder as well. As he was just waiting right underneath the vehicle, he's now been decimated. And what remains has jumped into one car, had to breeze out of there and just throw him away. But this is awkward. I mean, Beck and Elementrix might still be alive, sure, but VP's chance of potentially squeezing anything out of this one long term now gets so much harder. You're down to just half of the team. Ooh, SBG as well. Eating bullets in the backside. That's PERMITTA. You kick off a fight you might not be really wanting to invest all your time into, though. There's SBG, turn on them instantly.
That's great shots coming through from Rogo, that takes down a few of those players. Matic up close with VP. Elementrix gets on the building, but Matic will take him down almost immediately. Great stuff from him. I mean, he's sort of just holding this backside angle. Tixi makes a bit of an odd play over towards the edge, and now Matic's in an awkward situation where he has to clutch this out, but he certainly can do it. Instantly goes for the smoke. Understand there's probably a fair few teams around them here. MADBULLS does enough damage over towards PERMITTA. The blue will do the rest. They know they don't have to push this too far.
Oh, Victor. Vicious as always from the elevated peak, spamming some bullets round on towards PERMITTA. Tulika as well. Wow, warming things up now once again for MADBULLS. PERMITTA finished off for good as they're out in 12th place. SBG getting eaten by the blue as they start to lose so much. And also contact from Zerich. We always talk about this guy's aim, but that's a crisp reaction there. Instant damage from a substantial distance between the two. Hits that tag onto KASIK team and now gets contact on at least where they're playing towards. So no chance to surprise. And that was the element that KASIK team were gambling on.
It's what they're always gambling on as well, is people not assuming they're there, but Zerich is just very quick on the trigger a lot of times. Like you say, insane aim to just unyielding on that hold. So really good. And I think a lot of this actually comes off the back of Zerich on that split early on, because they wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for him. Yes, it got to quite late in the game where he was like, lads, I'm feeling fairly scared. There's quite a few teams around me, I need you to come up from Puerto Paradiso right now. Which they do, they regroup, but he did provide a direct path into the circle for them. We watched them rotating earlier on. Like, he'd already scouted out the optimal maneuver. Next circle does head in towards Los Leones, and because these teams over towards the eastern edge have an option now. It's like, either do you want to play towards the elevated ground on the south side and try and hedge your bets on getting some of these teams as they cross, or do you just send directly into Los Leones? I think where this has been pretty confident that it's going to head towards Los Leones for quite some time now. If I'm VULGAR, playing down towards the southeast side, yeah, they're just going to move straight into Los Leones now. For MADBULLS, it's slightly more difficult. There's definitely a chance, but the maneuver isn't easy.
Some highlights from the game gone by here. This is where we lost Titan to KASIK team, all off the back of them not clearing the angle. Trofka playing in. Trofka still alive and kicking, of course, with his buddy over on KASIK team. They were spotted out by MADBULLS and they advanced into their position, but since then, with the circle moving, they've given up the goose on chasing them down and start to set their focus on getting closer towards Los Leones side, getting into a better position early. Room for a potential backstab then. We'll hone in on that one if it develops. Nexus are also close by in hot pursuit of either team. They're at least scanning the area. You can see with the way they're posturing up on the hill, if there is a tag or any potential chip damage that comes out from KASIK team, they should get a read on the position quite quickly by the way they're peeking this.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS in particular, as well as KASIK, like, if these two move, one of them is going to get shot at, and as soon as KASIK team starts taking shots down towards MADBULLS, suddenly Dark Project gets involved. They understand it, so this is a good play from MADBULLS. They immediately realize there's most likely players towards this direction. They're going to try and take them out. Trofka instantly taken down by Fleek. Such a perfect push. We know how quickly MADBULLS are at getting their bearings as soon as they hit a position they weren't in before. So this is fantastic news for them.
Tulika pushing up quickly. Kapahala, always so damn good with the nades, isn't he? Instigates that one by dashing it right into the face, clearing on the corner. The shotty from Kapahala doing work. The DPS absolutely annihilating him, actually. He picks back up on the Frozen. The one-man army, the Warlord himself pounding his chest as he wants to prove that he's the best. Naughty man here, Blank. Basically just entirely finished off. 3 of our predictions in one foul swoop.
Wow, well, okay. That is not what I expected to happen during this game. Zerich now last man standing, has to move further in towards the circle. Kalaris gets away with it. No Mercy Warriors on the prediction all the way over towards the western side. A little bit of a wild card he throws in there. You know what? He could do something with it.
I can't believe that, mate. That's classic Kapahala there. Just
that is classic Warlord, yeah. Unbelievable stuff. He just exploded over the top, and I think that there does come points when Kapahala just gets frustrated, because there have been times in the past where the teams had to request that he comes back to the team because he's just got such a long leash on him where he'll just send far out scouting and then sometimes just give up scouting and then become a fragger. Obviously, he's playing as a solo. So I think that for Kapahala, this is just those moments where he just goes Super Saiyan, and all power to him, because it's been a while since we've seen that evil eye on Kapahala, and I'm glad to see it here in that game versus one of the biggest squads in the lobby.
Power play and a half as well, right? Because you're exactly right. One of the biggest teams in the lobby that also looked like they were going from strength to strength. Like Zerich was hitting some blinders, but you kind of have to swallow your pride, really, when you run up against Kapahala. We get the replay of it. Shout out to the production team on this one because it was a blinder. Fantastic shots, but also the way he takes the fights, right? Using the peaks to his advantage, the high ground. Just great mechanical display from Kapahala. I think that's really the thing to kind of send home here. Individually making a worldie of a maneuver to keep Nexus in a position to roam on. You know, flip side would have been they would have had. Oh, hello. What's going on here?
He's in the. They just like get the buggy inside concrete.
He's just flipped it in the stairwell.
Banked it in. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, go on.
A mini golf.
I apologise. I cut you off there, but
no, I saw him go whizzing by. I was like, is he still?
Where's he going? What's he doing? And then, you know, just like topples it in. 3-pointer. Lovely. Buggy
Anyway.
basketball.
Pretty clean, not bad. Like better parallel parking than you see in London.
You're not wrong, bro. You are not wrong. I'd rather someone just crashed into the roof side of my building, parked it over there, than what they're doing.
Drop your tags.
Yeah.
Pulled up.
I've pulled up. Can you come get me? I'm on the roof.
Dark Project, though, after making a hell of an entry and pulling up quite aggressively, continue that sort of body language as they're taking pot shots, they're dealing damage back on Gladiators. And now, long term as well, right? Actually, this is probably one of the games where we could potentially build that narrative of having Gladiators going on to maybe squirrel away a few points, maybe be contesting for a chicken dinner today. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy day for them. I feel like, you know, you've had moments of greater limbs in the early game, but then they've kind of just gone up in a puff of smoke. At least in this one, Blank, they are actually touting all 4 members out of the remaining squad. You know, that's over half of them that are down to below 4, so it looks good. Nameless going down, though. They're completely out on this one. No Mercy Warriors still alive and kicking, though. Haven't lost a player either. Let's see. Maybe they can surprise us. Nothing more to be said for MADBULLS, though. Zerich playing the long con, but he spied, and it's Nexus to deal with him. Insult to injury.
It's just difficult to predict Gladiators, though, at this point in time. I think you touched on it as well, because it's a case of they've just not been hot at the moment, and a lot of these players have felt pretty lackluster, where you worry in terms of their crashes. Can they even make it happen? Even in their TDM, kind of speaks to how they're playing right now, is that we know that they have it in them. So why are you having these odd starts to your games? Why are you just not able to get that power behind you, get the engine roaring? So slightly unfortunate for Gladiators. I want to see the beast within released into these matches, because it is there. We've seen it's there from that TDM too. Can't believe I'm analysing the TDM though, but there it is.
I mean, look, right, if it is just 10 minutes of raw gun skill, at the very least, the one thing we can kind of take away from that is that we know Gladiators are really good when it comes to just duking it out. They hit their shots. So if that's
Give them
what
some
it
time,
is,
though. Yeah.
like what's going on? Do they just need a little bit longer, or is it going to be something where maybe they bounce back post midweek break going into the next half? Who knows?
10 minutes, important meeting. I don't know what they did, but we'll see what happens. VULGAR up in the distance, takes some pot shots. KONINA Power actually doing quite well here. 3 players still left up, and I mean, they've not been taking too many pot shots so far. 151 bullets left in the chamber. So I think for Palucci, there is that difficulty that he doesn't want to take too many shots, because you will need those later on. Nexus, though, still packing it in here. Kapahala on the side and go. That project extremely low, and Redox is getting up close.
Kapahala's been securing the bag for the side of Nexus when it comes to damage, sporting over 1k. But let's see how much more he can get, because right now he needs to assist the rest of the team. They've executed onto Dark Project, but they've been left exposed to Gladiators, and they're hitting the marks. And Nexus quickly thinned what was once a unit of basically barbarians that looked like they were setting up to run through the latter half of this game. It's now brought down to just their stalwart leader in Kapahala, and he can't afford to really do anything too outrageous. He's got to play a bit of a slow approach now and look for the longevity of this one, losing out on any edge they had in the battle of attrition. Gladiator is continuing the engagement as well with nades over the top. They want to finish off Dark Project that were left a little bit weakened from the opening attack.
Nice molly as well from Gladiators. We'll just split them up, forces them to not be able to get forced back up again. Ivaneska has the nade in hand, looks to toss it over the top side of the wall. You know, these guys can bank them in. Doesn't connect as of yet. Matic looks to see what he can find here. Right now, the smoke wall prevents the entry inwards. Kapahala still a looming threat in the background. The circle continues to center up here towards Lost Leonis. A fun little urban finish for us. Tixie gets the tag, goes to run away, and he's like, nah, I'm going to give that a shot.
Ooh, maybe it wasn't worth going back in for seconds, though. He's been punished because of it. Oh, on the tight angle as well. You were hoping maybe there was something left to be said for Dark Project, but they dissipate. Finished off as they get shut down by Gladiators, scrapping their way through them. Off to the side, though, just tucked in, lying on his belly. It's Kapahala. He's got utility, but he's been spotted. No one less than KONINA Power there, realizing where he is and being able to hone in on that one. Little highlight on Gladiators, and rightly so. They've been going from strength to strength here. The longer the game goes on, the more influential it feels like they are, Blank. Maybe it is a repeat of what we saw in TDM. Give them 10 minutes and they're raring to go.
I mean, what we sasaw from Gladiators anyway at the start of the game is just that they were one of the first to head towards this location, one of the first to identify a good position in the match to play from. Unfortunately, No Mercy Warriors are now starting to make their way over from the exact same spot that they played earlier on. No Mercy Warriors were being held out by Gladiators for quite some time. Now just down to 3 players. And No Mercy Warriors certainly have a chance now to just start leapfrogging some of these teams towards the center side of the circle, just leveraging those 4 players they have. Every other team currently running with 3.
Putting it into perspective here with just how close these teams are on top of one another. Limited cover, limited room really to reposition as well. So pressure is mounting. KONINA Power with utility on Palucci. Looks like he's arcing that one, trying to set up to instigate the fight cross onto TUNA. TUNA, longevity here bodes well for them. One of the later finishes we're going to be seeing from them today. It feels like if it hasn't just been a solo that's crept into the final circle, it's kind of been wiped off the face of the earth quite early. So a lot better here from TUNA thus far. No Mercy Warriors, similar sort of storyline as well. Definitely one of the biggest runs we've seen from them today.
Yeah, annoying right now for Gladiator as well, what No Mercy Warriors is doing. They're just getting that chip damage in all the time. And this being Zone 9, by the way, last circle in the game. 5 teams still up with a hell of a lot of players still in the game. 16 so far. VULGAR does find Tresley, though, on the cross. And with TUNA holding down this building, actually it's fairly decent for them. Eventually, KONINA Power is going to have to jump out the top side. See what they can get done with it. NAMELESS over towards No Mercy Warriors. Matic desperately trying to get a good grenade off here. If he's able to even get 1 player, that is huge for them, and that's what he was looking for. Watch Me goes down. That will deny at least 1. Wobbly runs through the barest amount of life remaining, and Gladiators can now use this opportunity to get in.
The tempo's increasing, BPM rising. Ooh, damage done on the crossover as well as Kitsune look to engage down on the low ground, pushed on in to close the gap. Same could be said for Matic, as he's been assaulted, absolutely annihilated by Agora. And now we can just move further forward on this one. Everyone's forced into a fight, a typhoon of bullets from either side. Blank, who's going to be left when the dust settles?
60 tries to run out of there. Now it's just Aztec. VULGAR, TUNA still duking it out. So many eliminations going through, and so far KONINA Power, despite taking so many knocks, is the strongest right in the lobby with 2 players. VULGAR with 1, No Mercy Warriors 1, Shooter Esports looking to get something done, but Aztec's down, and it looks like KONINA Power is looking to finish off this map.
KONINA Power, it would be a huge result for them, and they stand head and shoulders above the rest of the squads right now. They've got to play off the bait game. Beck looking for the info down in his knocked state. The peek on the corner from VULGAR is clean. Oh, that's outrageous! You thought they had the information and the setup to win it, but in the end, the vulgarity, it'll surprise us, and it'll result in them taking an unexpected chicken dinner.
Dear me, came from the street as well. If he just let loose on that nade, Jackie, maybe that'd been a different story. He didn't trust himself. The amount of times I saw him put away the weapon, pull out the nade, put the nade away, pull out the weapon. Either guns out or just nade him. One or the other, man. That's how you've got to play it. So unfortunate for KONINA Power, but that's the way it just goes down over on an urban finish, man. Sometimes it is just awkward. Sometimes it's not fun. But give them 10 minutes and Gladiators, they'll get something done there.
Hey, it's madness though, man. Especially in that final 1v1, right? The decision making of knowing you've got an extra set of eyes on a knock player. Like you're saying, just fumbling with the nades. Sometimes you just get peeked. VULGAR just rinses him and runs away with that one. That was intense. Crazy final circle to kind of look over. So let's skim over it and have a bit of a breakdown. Back on the desk.
All right, we were sitting here saying, yes, KONINA got it, but then they didn't got it.
Yeah, But endings can be that way, unfortunately, for these teams. I went with, I guess, a wild card pick. Apparently, I didn't go with the wild enough card pick here, with VULGAR boys being able to take the victory, but KONINA Power was able to take the limbs to boot as well. So it's very close. I mean, in urban endings like this, one of the main reasons I went with No Mercy Warriors is because, honestly, if you get a compound, if you get the right building in an urban ending, it doesn't matter how the difference in skill between, say, a Gladiators and a No Mercy Warriors. No Mercy Warriors could just have themselves enough elevation to be able to subvert that kind of skill difference. So
yeah,
that was the reason I went for that pick. It didn't work out, but the VULGAR boys definitely did.
Yeah, and we're looking as well at VULGAR boys. I think that's the team that for the past couple of days here in Phase 2 has kind of made a little bit of a creepy way up into the top 3 every now and then, or they have like a pretty good performance. They're not one of the first teams to get knocked out. This time around, getting the chicken dinner with 4 limbs, however, that's put them second in terms of the amount of points gathered. But KONINA Power, this is almost what we wanted to see from them, because we kind of said it earlier today as well. We haven't been seeing their name a lot. We haven't really seen them, you know, get into these later stages of the game. But this time around, they did it, and maybe not as lucky as a fortunate in terms of getting that chicken dinner, but still the points are on the board. And then Titan and VIRTUS.PRO, today's a little bit of a slower day.
Yeah, it's been a little bit kind of all over the place to a degree, right? Of course, we've come off the back of Major Pride and, of course, Dagestan playing some amazing games. But then if your team's down towards the bottom of the tables, you would really like to keep having kind of urban endings, because, as I say, it does throw everything and the kitchen sink at you in terms of trying to solve problems, trying to shift out some of those better teams that might be on the edge and not really have themselves a decent building to play with to begin with. Like, for example, your guys' MADBULLS prediction, in a circle like this, it's even MADBULLS, it's so hard for them to try and make it into a circle like this.
Yeah.
And NEXUS was able to hold them out really strongly.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a really great performance from them. And I think as well, NAMELESS Warrior, No Mercy Warriors as a team that you highlighted, unfortunately not able to close it out, but look at the damage. That's a lot of damage. 4 limbs with 1,084 damage. A lot of work done from the side of NEXUS, and we've seen it yesterday as well. They've done a lot of work with the grenades specifically, so I feel like they're on the right track in terms of getting points on the board in the form of elimination. It's just a matter of translating that into the possibility of getting a chicken dinner.
I mean, for Kappahala in the situation versus MADBULLS, all the cards went the right way for him, right? Like, having a little bit of a high ground position with the DBS, being able to absolutely plow down that position. Very, very good here by the Warlord himself. Aztec, though, we've got to highlight this guy, because I don't think we're going to get many opportunities to highlight No Mercy Warriors. This was an opportunity for them to get some points on the board. They did so, which is exciting to see, because for the most part, they've been kind of invisible during this tournament. So good to see that Aztec was able to get 5 limbs here.
Yep, absolutely. Very great for No Mercy Warriors, just being able to get a couple of points on the board. I think as well, the fact that they were towards the bottom of that league table, these points are really great in terms of pushing them a little bit over, because they were 3 points behind Unicorns of Love. And Unicorns of Love having a little bit of a slower game does, again, give them the opportunity to go ahead, which is always a great position to be in. You know, you're climbing steadily but surely.
I'm sort of curious as to what happened to Blank's Alpha prediction at the beginning, which then suddenly changed into a MADBULLS, and then they suddenly were defeated. That was interesting. But taking a look at the highlights here, one thing that Alpha did do that was very cool, actually, in this game, was the third party onto the compound situation, where they kind of just mopped everything up from there on.
Yeah.
I like that timing. I like that understanding of, okay, these teams are very wounded in this position. Let's go and exploit that. And Kappahala during this game able to exploit MADBULLS on the side of this hillside very effectively.
Yep, absolutely. And I think as well, looking at this, it's kind of like we're going towards the last game this time around, and it feels like in general the teams have warmed up into the lobby, and some names that we may not have expected to be showing up on those final podium finishes have been doing so. That always makes stuff a little bit more interesting when we're looking at the likes of MADBULLS, for example, who have had an absolute tear in terms of eliminations, but unfortunately wasn't enough for them to be able to like close this out in a podium finish victorious way.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And just to come back to some of those final moments there as well, KONINA Power should have absolutely had that. Like,
yeah.
Looking at how that played out against VULGAR boys, one thing, I mean, he kind of pre-fired anyway, so maybe the jump shot didn't really matter. But in situations like that, jumping when you make that kind of play actually makes you very predictable as to how you're going to move. So obviously, from the observer's point of view, we don't get the exact one-to-one feedback as to what might be happening there. But if he jumped and he knew he jumped, then it's very easy to track that target compared to just moving and sideswiping.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point as well to bring forward. But then looking at the amount of damage that KONINA Power has done overall, 2,268, it feels like today's been the theme of going above and beyond some of these numbers in terms of damage done by these teams where one or two just dominate the entirety of the lobby. This time around, KONINA Power definitely being amongst one of those teams, which I'm really excited to see because, again, as I said, they had a little bit of a slower start to fall 2023. So maybe what we've seen so far in terms of a team stepping up to the plate and getting that chicken dinner has been very much synonymous with them being able to translate into the next couple of games, looking at your major prides, looking at your VIRTUS.PROs, at your Titans. So potentially, possibly, this could be it as well for KONINA. And with the overalls, we're just further going to highlight how the teams have been performing throughout the day, with your major pride climbing all the way into the first spot, with just a one point difference. And might I add, they have only played 11, whereas MADBULLS played 12.
Yeah, that 4 wins in 10 games prior is going to set them in pretty high standards here. So, yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves a little bit of a lead if they're able to do well on this next Sanhok. I just want to go back to what you were saying about KONINA Power here, is that KONINA Power, maybe it could be the launching pad for them to start now getting back on the road up towards that top 8 position. One thing they did very well in this game was the exact right timing to cross the road on Los Jonas, because that can be kind of a hard, exact metric to solve in that moment, but they were able to do that very well and get over the other side. So for them, they have the fundamentals. I'm hoping that we can see them push up more than just the 12th position.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. And Unicorns of Love as well. Now they are the ones towards the bottom of that league table, with the Nameless Warriors just getting a decent amount of points on the board themselves with the limbs and the chicken dinner and the podium finish. They are now sitting on 40, so 4 points ahead of Unicorns of Love. It's going to be interesting to see how all of this is going to be playing out. So we're going on to Sanhok, Claris. Are we thinking another VIRTUS.PRO dub?
They may.
They're playing?
I hope so.
They
are playing, don't worry.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to have my eyes on VIRTUS.PRO to see whether or not this 100% win rate on Sanhok is going to be continuing. So we're going to be heading over to our casters, Blank as well as Jackie, to see whether or not Jackie can make their wishes come true.
Hey, look, if I do this, that's like a V. And then if I do this, it's like probably not a P. But VP Blank, they're back. They're in the server. There you go. That's not bad. If you hold that and then I do this.
Wait.
There you go.
There you go.
It counts. It counts. VP Blank.
That sucked, but we made it happen.
But VP's game won't.
But VP, they're coming in hot, they're coming in quick, and they're going to absolutely take this map away. I'm pre-predicting it right now. I'm not.
You know what?
You actually got if you do it, I'll do it.
I'm putting it in.
I'll do it. There you go.
I've typed it. 2 letters. VP.
Let's get it done. I believe in it. Last game of the initial part of phase 2. Obviously, we'll have a break day tomorrow, and then we'll be right back at it. So, you know, you can have your little time off tomorrow, lads, but you've got to get back on the streams tomorrow. Make sure you tune in with all the action, and just watch what goes on, because there's been some unbelievably exciting games so far in phase 2. This is always the part where the tournament really picks up in a big way as well. Not to say that phase 1 wasn't amazing anyway, but phase 2 is when everyone starts to get things on track, right? They start to get the train back on the railway, heading towards its destination, and particularly for Major Pride, their destination feels like it is PMGC, because they've been performing excellently well so far here today. But already we do have KASIK team versus Titans down towards Pioneer. Really influential engagement here.
And I love the way you set this up as well, Blank, because I think, you know, hopefully finish the way we started the day, right? I think these have been some of my most enjoyable games of PUBG to watch over the past couple of days. We've had some non-stop bangers, back-to-back explosive affairs with such unique storylines in each one. It's been a great week here. And hopefully we could finish it the way we started it here with our last battleground of Sanhok as we kick it off. Who else would it be on our screens but Titan trying to do something obscene as they're already thrown into a fight versus KASIK team. KASIK team been looking a lot better over the course of the day, Blank. Obviously into our previous matchup on Miramar, they were actually quite annoying. Teams couldn't handle them.
Skills has been a real pain, as well as Kropka starting to massively step up in terms of the elimination count and just finding those good shots through. Great trigger discipline from him over towards Titans. So it's revenge time, realistically, here over in Painan, already starting off in a good way. Robs is out of the mix. Again, that careless nature, he goes down. It is refragged back off, but already the fight's looking a little bit dangerous here for Titans. Try and get back into it. Unicorn spots Old Boy. He's out the way behind the box. The crate, not the best bit of cover. KASIK team, they're isolating him.
Keeping him locked down. See if they can close the gap a little bit. Get closer so that they can actually really silence Old Boy early. KASIK team, we've already lost one man, but at least they trade it back. Icy, that's a big pickup to find as well. Oh, Havnik, how has he survived this actually? Bouncing off of his teammate's contact on the corner. Oh, mate, that's rough. In the end, they trade it. And Titan Gaming, well, they're gone.
They're out of here. I mean, the thing is that, to be fair to Havlik, that jumping shot, the knock, was pretty unreal. But not to be at the end of the day. Robs goes down. He's not been having the day that he wants at the moment in the final play day here of Phase 2. Sad to see, but sometimes Titans just cannot get it rolling. And I think that's just Titans to a T, right? They'll come into Phase 2 blasting out a 35 point game, not 35 eliminations, that would be crazy, but so is a 25 elim game, to be fair. And then it just didn't really take hold. I was a bit sad to see them not playing that second game of the day as well, because I do think might have been a different story if they'd been able to run off the back of that 25 elimination game and just been able to translate and try and do it again and figure out what exactly made it tick so well during that match. But yeah, difficult to replicate a perfect game at the end of the day.
It can't always go your way. But either way, for Nexus, mate, I do wonder how much more we're going to see from Kapahala, because if he can actually follow on from what he did into the prior game, there should be a nice amount of confidence and energy for him, because he was hitting some blinders. The shots with the DBS, I mean, I know at times it feels like the DBS could really just ruin a squad if your trigger discipline's clean enough and you hit your marks, but to use it in the manner he did, it looked really nice. So bodes well there. Gladiator is up on screen as well. It's such a shame that it feels like they do just fall through the cracks, even when they're really projecting themselves to go so far into games. You know, it's just little mistakes for Gladiators that have really come back to haunt them. Alpha on our screens as well. I don't really know what to say for Alpha anymore. But, you know, at the end of the day here, I was hoping that actually they'd really be able to get something under their stride, but it's just not happened. You know, a lot of mistakes, I think, towards the later circles, especially, that have cost them.
It's sad for Alpha as well, because I think even for us over on this casting side of things, as well as for the desk too, there's no real player that we've identified and just like been able to big them up in any way. It feels like everyone's pretty much same level, feels a little bit mundane at times. I'm underwhelmed, but I do think that for Alpha, there is so much more potential there for them. I really do believe them as a team. It's just sad right now because no one's popping off on side, no one's taking charge, no one's leading them, captaining some of these matches that they're trying to push through into. And I think that there just needs to be that spark, really. They need to get something ignited, get the fire going, and then start to play into these matches, because they do just feel a little bit cold right now, in the dark, not sure what they want to do next. Sanhok particularly is a struggle map for them, playing over towards dockside, not always able to get these strong positions. And even if they are, the fact that they're getting towards these end games and then just looking a little bit confused of how they want to take control, how they want to play out these matches, just doesn't bode well for the future of them.
No, it definitely makes it a whole lot harder. Leaves you worried where they will find those greener pastures and just how long it might take for them to be able to get some momentum back under their wings, because this is week 3 and this is our last game of the day. Of course, we'll have that day off before we come back into things on the 14th of September, where the battle will begin again. So in reality, you want to try and finish off your week with your head held high and be able to have an extra bit of confidence going into that period of downtime. 24 hours to review demos, look over some of your mistakes, get some extra aim practice in, and come back fresh for the second half of the week. We'll stick with what we've got on screens for now, though. PERMITTA Esports, dribs and drabs throughout the course of the day. There's been a few fights for them that have gone their way, sure, but overall, not really enough to write home about for the squad. This is how it's looking in terms of the spacing here on Sanhok as well, with the zone now moving in. Gladiators, I wonder how this is going to affect them, actually, because you're basically forced into a little bit of a fight in terms of crossing over towards bootcamp side, where you're going to have to deal with Unicorns of Love, potentially KASIK team as well, and you're just behind Major Pride. Major Pride, that are dead set middle of the zone.
I think for Gladiators, it's always been hesitation, really, that is the difficulty for that team, right? Is they struggle to get into the circle, and then they struggle with the paranoia. Is there someone behind us? Do we need to check that angle? And it's always been Sanhok. Because I did think that they were getting things underway over towards Miramar and Erangel, but Dagestan step out. They had that absolutely huge game over towards Erangel. We'll come back to the Gladiators shortly. But it will not be the Dagestan team coming back to us anytime soon. We'll see them next week.
That's them done till the 14th. Had a big game. Kings of the Bridge. But a bridge too far here on Sanhok to end out the day, it seems. They hit one man with a carp on it, but they were on it swiftly, dispatching them and finishing them off quite quickly. KONINA Power on screens again here. KONINA Power actually one of the sides that have looked a little bit better over the course of the day. At least, you know, finding a bit of their stride, hitting a few of the shots that otherwise feel like they would have been whiffs. Agora definitely has been the MVP for me, followed closely by Offhaze in some of these moments. It might be Agora that takes a heavy shot, though. Dark Project, they've got contact onto them, so they know roughly what angles are being played. They spotted out 2 of KONINA Power, so they won't over-egg this one. Back off, play more defensive angles, force them to peek into you, knowing they've conceded the high ground.
I think for them in particular, yeah, it's just a case of chilling it out, but a 9-8 comes over the top, and we'll start things out pretty strong there for KONINA Power. Can move a little bit further in. Alpha should have also heard this. This is where I'd hope to see Alpha start to move up a little bit further, take advantage of the third party, because they will have to move at some point, but perhaps they're just going to be pretty stalwart on this positioning. Just hold on for now. And SPG up towards Paris as well. They've got a long way to go here, Jackie. There's still time to be played out in this match for SPG. I'd love to see them finish off this week with a better game, because they seriously need a little bit of good luck going into next week, right? And what better place to do it? The last game, the first week of Phase 2, just get that money on the card, right? Get that money on the board, get some points, feel good, get the momentum rolling, and then you can go those 24 hours, and it's not all just going to be doom and gloom, because you know you played your last map to your best of your ability.
I think it just springboards you so much further, finishing the week off on a high note, right? Obviously, it's easy to say if you win the last game of the day, yeah, you're probably going to be happy about it. Things are going to be a little bit easier in terms of the communication, you know? The group chats will be content.
Not just furious with one another.
Yeah, come on, guys, what happened? But it's easier said than done. I mean, especially with everyone kind of giving that extra 10% as well, because it does have an awful lot riding on it. It's an important point in the grand scheme of the season, and here on the day, it just depends if you can deliver. For Gladiators, they're on the move once again, rotating round past the domain of Unicorns of Love. You're probably going to have to scrap on this one. They've got contact with CJ pushed so much further ahead. He doesn't open it up just yet. Instead, puts his crosshair in a bit of a better location, but realizes distance-wise, it's too far gone. The peppering of the bullets probably wouldn't land on target for that. So he just reconnaissances, gets the inflow, and then they can rotate as a squad. Meanwhile, Nexus, they're going in now, kicking off again. Another fight. First is the Nameless, Exo eating shrapnel from the nade. That's pretty nice though, should be on a money. That one dealing a nice chunk of damage back towards Beast & Co.
Yeah, close indeed. And I think for Nexus, it's such good news for them because look how aggressive they look recently. They were one of the slowest rotators into the lobby, but they were pretty hesitant to take a lot of these engagements. Now they're just straight to the thick of it. And again, the quicker they conclude these fights on the outside, the quicker they can get towards the center of the side of the circle. Also, just quickly, so everyone at home and also Claris, I'm not predicting PERMITTA. Okay, I'm not doing it. It was my final time last time. Third time is not the charm with these guys, I'm telling you. Back to this engagement though, it's the Nameless. Looking up towards Nexus, Octavian on the off angle. There comes the DBS. We'll find one. They look to stage another assault towards them.
Nice to see Octavian being played here by Nexus as well. It's been a little bit back and forth in terms of what roster they want to field at times, and with Octavian in the forefront, it's looking relatively good for them. But here comes VP, off toward the wayside, quite far away actually, playing with substantial distance, but still landing influential shots to third party onto the two teams that have been duking it out for so long. Octavian not really even got a chance to save the bacon of his teammates. It's all of Nexus. They're kind of evaporating blank. They've got to barrel it down towards this compound where Harla's waiting. Oh, they've driven straight by. They've given him an opportunity to swing onto Exo, but he'll stand strong with support of Octavian, and the Nameless, well, they're gone.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky from Octavian there as well to just be able to send down and then get the quick peek on the backside there. So yeah, the fight doesn't conclude as quickly as they might like. Still working on that timing for this team, but they will send further in now. It's one of those ones where we see so many times with Sanhok just Nexus dying around about stage 4 outside of the blue. So something definitely has to change in the future, because this is not a difficult circle to get down towards by any stretch of the word. I mean, it's not even Southwest Island. It's Center Island, over towards Crossroads and Boot Camp. Should be easy enough. Next circle will pop. I'm still not predicting PERMITTA. I refuse. I absolutely refuse.
At times, PERMITTA, it really does feel like they can be their own worst enemies. So even with the setup they've got and how lucky they've been in terms of the zone's movement around them, it still comes down to the crunch. That's where they're going to have to prove us wrong and go to show they definitely can thrive in those sort of chaotic environments. Because if history repeats itself, it's not been great for them. Ooh. Nexus not looking good at all here. They've been opened up to the sidelines of VP. But right now, it doesn't stand for VIRTUS.PRO. It stands for Vicious, as they're spamming bullets out and tearing them to pieces, leaving them lifeless again now as VP starting a farm blank. 6 eliminations, thrusting themselves further up the standings, but KONINA Power striking from their side as Becca connects onto Wait.
We'll find the elimination too. Takes him down. Didn't quite get out of dodge there. It's just a really, really good position to be playing for Virtus. Well, for KONINA Power. You can effectively take this side and understand there's going to be teams trying to head towards Quarry's side. They'd love to take this high ground. This is the ideal position for them. This is pretty bold from VIRTUS.PRO, you know. Getting up very close towards them and just trying to send through. Very dangerous, quick DBS shot to distract them. And they will get ahead. That is sort of unacceptable. You see all of KONINA Power just dashing as quickly as possible over towards the watchtower. But it's open from this high ground position. It's so easy to take down the players. They're going to have to stand up, take shots.
Oh, it's on Pruda. Pruda needs to save his teammates here. Whilst they're all so heavily focused on the 2 players they saw inside of the watchtower, Pruda has to do everything. But he's buying his time for too long, so they're eating nades. Pruda at least peeks and hits onto Becca. Follow-up Molotov could save it, but it's too little, too late. As VP, well, it's all gone up in the air quite quickly on this one. 6 elims, but no chance of getting the fork in the chicken dinner as KONINA Power read them like a book.
Really good players from KONINA Power. I mean, they knew exactly what the rotation would be like for them, and I think this is much more like the KONINA Power that we've seen in the past on Sanhok. They're fantastic at playing on the edge. It's been a while since we've seen a northern shift up towards this side of the map too, but this is where KONINA Power thrives, right? If I hadn't have already predicted VP at the start of the game, maybe I would have gone for KONINA Power at this point in time, because I think they're starting to ramp.
You mean you would have picked PERMITTA?
No. No. No,
it's probably for the best. You didn't know me. Doesn't like the look of him. Goes in to pick up one already. The MUERTE versus Gladiators could actually be quite an interesting bout, though. This is two teams and two organizations that really would be wanting to grab themselves some extra points towards the end of today's play day. PERMITTA, at least being able to go blow for blow in the battle between them and Major Pride, but Nomi with the shotty, it's no surprise that it's going to be in favor of him, as he'll strike with the DBS and do his very best to shut down PERMITTA. Effect follows up with the utility as well, and then goes running in through the middle of the building, dodges the Molotov. Good connection on the burst. Looks for the trade, but it's not meant to be. Rogo will shut him down.
That's a good shot there from Rogo. I think this is the first time in a while we've seen PERMITTA able to hold on to a compound. Obviously, they've lost two players in the process, which seems slightly unacceptable, but they've made it happen. Des goes and picks Gladiators. They feel like they've warmed up. They feel like they're ready to rumble. And from this southwest edge, there's a lot of teams around them, but there's certainly chance now for them to make it happen. Alpha, 3 players, up to 8 eliminations so far, Jackie. All the teams we wanted to see succeed at the start of the day are starting to look like it.
We're getting the best of the bunch towards the end of the day, and we couldn't really ask for more, to be honest. It's just about the longevity, though. How far do they take it? When do they start to crumble? When's the sides coming off? Because there's so many teams on top of one another in terms of the grouping. Unicorns of Love are basically being swung on by Gladiators, and then an already damaged MUERTE. Oh, they're trying to fight back into it. Meanwhile, Gladiators bonneting everyone as Unicorns of Love are just driving the vehicle straight into their faces. They're not eating a breakfast full of bullets as Woodson falls. CJ takes a hefty tag from Tixie, and Unicorns of Love down to basically just one man on his legs, forced to try and recover the rest of the squad, commit to the medic mission. Woodson expires as Kitsune is able to finish it, and Tixie, he's closed in the distance. They're both low. They might be alive, sure, but one pump will finish both of them off, and Kitsune's hit with the side swipe as the MUERTE gets stuck in.
Swinging through, now just 60 left remaining, gets hit very, very hard here. Might be able to get Meku back up on his feet, and it's the best he can do, but he will get hit by another nade, but that's Matic down. And Meku flushed out. Trofka, though, from KASIK team, they're here to play. They've rotated all the way down towards this side, and even Corker's out as well. He's absolutely on a tear today as Trofka just tore these lads to shreds.
Tixie pushing back up the hill, going for the roam around, looking for the flank up to see if he can leave the MUERTE down in the dumps. Hits the first, looks for the peek up, but he's not ready for Furia. Able to flick onto him so swiftly, and Gladiators, well, they're finished. Out in 7th on this one, whittling down our squads to just 6 remaining. PERMITTA might be joining Gladiators at this point as they're taking so much damage, and they're gone now. 5 squads left as the battle's raging on here on our final battleground of Sanhok to round out the day.
Almost in stage 7 now. It's going to get rough. Most likely one of these compounds might just be in. Nomi last alive there for Major Pride, but not for long. But they've had a fantastic day. Again, another high placing for them with a good amount of eliminations. They'll take 5th place off the back of that. Does support Alpha over towards this northeast side, and KONINA Power could potentially get a nice little side swipe on this, but the way this looks, well, I mean, it looks dire, doesn't it, really?
Did look great. Really does look a little bit worrying. They're all basically just hustling and bustling on top of one another with no real room to breathe or move. And for Furia, even though he's the last man standing for MUERTE, these are the sort of situations where he really does thrive in. He peeks out and just laser beams onto them. Alpha are then fully committed onto the fight, wanting to shut them down for good. So KP have expired. Furia's got to hit the deck, and this is just them expiring bit by bit, leaving it all on Alpha and KASIK team now.
Come on, Alpha. Give me that overwhelming game that I've been looking for. They've got the nice lineup. They've been making some decent plays. It's not been an easy push on this northeast side. Remember, they play down towards docks. This is going to force out the fight between both teams. Neither is safe in their compounds. The thing is that Mandarin can play this wall, and every single one of those players from KASIK is outside of the blue. You don't realistically have to peek this as Mandarin. You can wait for the push. Perhaps you could spot a player trying to make the cross, get a little bit of damage tagged in. But so far, English, Unicorn, as well as Trofka, all full HP. Now, can Trofka go absolutely big mode in this match?
Trofka, he's had a great day. Individually, some of the moments of madness he's had have been the difference between KASIK team being wiped out early and making it far into some of these battlegrounds. At this point, though, just playing off the cover, the limited space that you have available, using that map geometry to instigate a fight that they're favored in. They hit their head onto one. Alpha team's numbers dwindling. Good follow-up from the utility as well, Black. This could be go time.
Mate, he's the super soldier. Out comes the molly on the side, and Trofka's so close. Trofka's gonna drop you as he gets into the mix of it. Unicorn finds one. He's gonna spray into the mix, Jackie.
Oh, Trofka trying to shut them down all on his lonesome. Eventually gets turned on, but it won't matter. He's done enough. Sets them up for the rest of his team to knock them down, and they grab it. KASIK team, at the end of the day, snatching away a chicken dinner.
Do you know what's funny as well? It's so amusing to be looking at this from KASIK team, because if you remember on day one, we had a graphic basically saying KASIK team, they slowly ramp up, and it's always that final day where they get the majority of their points. Here it is again. What's going on with this team? It's just like day one, day two, a little bit lazy. Day three, ooh, the assignment's due. Let's get some points on board.
It's wild, isn't it? You know, the more pressure that's on their shoulders, the better they seem to perform. Trofka with definitely some highlights throughout the whole day, mate. Yeah, he was on one. But that's it. We have our final game in the bag. The last bit of chicken that's going to be served goes the way of KASIK team. So let's get back to the desk and analyze this one.
All right, I think this definitely ties in very well to the point that we mentioned earlier this week and on Monday, on day one of phase 2 of PMPL Fall 2023. And that was the fact that when you're looking at KASIK team, they start not so great. And then towards the end, they're like, whoa, we got to get it going. And they just get all the points.
Yeah, no clue. They just ramp it up as days go on. Now we just need to have them, you know, find that spark straight away on the first day of the 3, and then maybe they'll be able to convert 21 points per game there. But this is a good situation for them here on Sanhok. Like, they were just waiting things out, biding their time in the little shack up on the hill, and then we're able to move away from that once everybody kind of eliminated themselves. Easy peasy.
Yeah, absolutely. And KONINA Power again in the top 3, getting podium fitted, not even getting the podium finish actually, but being in such a good spot to set themselves up for success. What happened?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is as well for them is actually if the circle shifts north of this road eventually, then they'll be able to make even more of this game. But once you find yourselves in a position where you have to cross that road against all of these teams, you saw how huddled they were, right? To try and do something off the back of that. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination to do. But regardless, 2 great games for them. That's double digits on either side here of Miramar and Sanhok. So KONINA Power's also woken up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we need from them as well. I mean, this is day 3 of phase 2, but something that was also mentioned by Jackie and Blank, which is actually correct, is the fact that we only have 1 day off in the middle. So technically, when you're looking at these teams, you have that 1 day to kind of rest, and you're not going to go cold. You're not going to be like, okay, we need to go back into action. It's not like a couple of days where potentially you're going to lose that momentum. You can hold on to it. 24 hours, you're jumping pew, straight right back into action. So it's going to be interesting to see how that is going to be playing out in the long run, because as you already mentioned, mentioned it, KONINA Power as well as KASIK are the teams that have kind of flourished today and gotten back into the groove of things. Major Pride as well. So that's going to be interesting to say the least. Looking at Unicorn though, 6 eliminations. Today feels like it's been a day where a lot of individual players have gotten 5+ elims every single map.
Yeah, doing all right. Maybe it is good for KASIK, as you said, that it's just 1 day's worth of break for them between these next few gameplay days, and finding themselves some success here is awesome to see. But at the same time, again, with a Sanhok like this, it's not dissimilar actually to urban endings, what we see from Miramar. Like when you have yourself finding yourself these spots, and eventually sometimes you can subvert the skill difference in some of those moments, as we take a look at the highlights.
Yep, absolutely. I think from the highlights as well, something that maybe to bring out here is Titan, Gladiators, VIRTUS.PRO, a couple of teams that when we think about them, we think about greatness, but that hasn't really been the case in the last couple of maps today.
Yeah, we've got ourselves good old Nexus trying to do something with all of this up on the high ground, and from the distance, VIRTUS.PRO was able to shut down some situations against the NAMELESS as well here. Just in general, when it comes to Sanhok making these transitions, trying to make something happen with these excellent nades coming in from off Haze as well. There was just moments where, you know, KONINA Power, they show some great individual skill in these games, and we're able to see it kind of bounce through this game as well. But just once you get caught on this side, you can see on the minimap up to the right hand side there just how far KONINA Power was away from where the final moments are of this game. It's not easy.
Yeah, not easy indeed. And lobby was also not the easiest one to be playing in, but also with that, yes, great performance from VIRTUS.PRO in terms of some of their individuals, getting a couple of these eliminations on the board. But I think that means that the 100% winner on Sanhok when Jackie is casting is unfortunately no longer there.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I mean, given the circumstances, given how the circle pans out, and given the compounds that are actually in play, it's understandable that you're not going to be able to make it work here for VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, it does. It does happen. We all gotta roll with what we've got given. And today, when we're looking at the winners, it was Major Pride with the first 2, Dagestan followed on Erangel. Then we had VULGAR boys as well with an incredible win on Miramar, and KASIK to finish it off on Sanhok. I think today the start was incredible because if, as you mentioned earlier, Kalaris, if we take into consideration yesterday's last game, Major Pride got them 3 chicken dinners in a row.
Yeah, excellent execution here by them. Very, very impressive stuff. We've had a little bit of everything really today. Not only the fact that Major Pride is able to put us such a performance at the beginning of the day, Dagestan had, in my mind, one of the most awesome games to watch, maybe of all time, when it comes to their performance on the bridge, moving over toward military. And then we had some upsets here and there towards the end, of course, with our Lost Leona circle, which can go any way it wants. So that's a bit crazy.
And also a little bit of upset with predictions, but before we fall into that, let's talk about the MVP. Thinking Major Pride, 1, 2 games today, 2 chicken dinners, 1 chicken dinner yesterday. Are we feeling like a Major Pride MVP?
I was thinking Nomi.
Okay.
Then I was kind of like double guessing myself. Maybe it was Zadira, but I'm just gonna stick with Nomi.
Okay, well, drum roll please in terms of the MVP for today. It will be Nomi. Oh yeah, 3,000 damage all by his lonesome self. What? Okay.
They were able to lie those first 2 games, and then the thing about Nomi is that there's 2 ways it could go for Nomi. Either he's the guy that gets caught off guard alone after the team's coming in late, or he's the one that's always alive at the end for Major Pride. And today, thankfully for them, it was the latter of those 2.
No, he had an absolute day. I mean, above 3,000 damage. We haven't even seen entire squads pull out that much damage in a day, let alone one individual player. 15 limbs as well. He really said, okay, alarm bells were ringing yesterday. We gotta crank up the heat, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. I mean, considering that, again, they come off the back of yesterday with that win, and then are able to get 2 straight away as well. There were other moments today where it felt like they could have had even more. That's the scary thing about it. So, yeah, Major Pride's back. That's the headline for today.
What a headline to finish off the day with. So let's have a look at the where does that put them, because we were talking about Major Pride, and regardless of the fact that they had such an incredible day, they are still on 4th, but they are making headway.
Yes, they are. And as we said before, catching up with the idea of MADBULLS in that PMGC slot, or at least even taking them over, that is going to be close as time goes on, of course. But MADBULLS, the likes of which they are not going to be giving that up anytime soon easily. We're going to see them fight back, I think, in the second half of Phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely kicking for that first spot, and again, it's 100-point difference. So yes, as much as we're saying Major Pride have gotten the points on the board, they are making headway, they are going closer, it is still quite a little bit of a gap, especially when you're taking into consideration the fact that MADBULLS are continuously pulling out some pretty crazy numbers themselves. So we're gonna go on to that second page, and I think that with the overall ranking, we still see Gladiators onto the first one, which is really great for them, but it is getting a little dicey. VIRTUS.PRO though, with the incredible performance that they have had so far in Phase 2, they are now sitting on 11.
Yep, they're still, I mean, today was kind of a bit more of a meandering day, right? Yesterday was enough to bump them up into that position from the 14th that they were previously in. So I still think that there's room for them to have more chicken dinners on the board, considering the skill that they're able to exhibit. And we'll see once we get back here.
Yeah, absolutely. And then towards the bottom of the leaderboard, when we're looking really at No Mercy Warriors, they were so close today, yet so far. Unicorns of Love do manage to get themselves a chicken dinner yesterday, but again, it's a lot of different things that need to be ironed out and worked out. And the question remains, is it going to happen in time? When will it happen? We're just going to have to wait and see, because as much as the teams are evolving and learning, so are we on the analyst desk and caster desk when it comes to our predictions. I'm not entirely sure how today has been going, considering that Jackie and Blank have been putting in some predictions before the game has even started. But Jackie is getting pretty close. Blank, though. Blank, didn't you have 6 yesterday? Did Blank only get 1 point correct today?
He only got 1 point today, yeah.
So
admittedly, I only got 2 points today, but I was doing some cheeky, curveballs here and there.
Trying to be different.
When is anybody going to pick No Mercy Warriors at present, other than myself in a situation where we're in Los Leones, right? And they still, they only got 4th place, so I didn't even get a point for that. But they were close. They were close, all right? Damn.
Again, another day of trying to be different. Not working out for Mr. Colares. But that is it from us for today. So thank you, Monster Energy, for making it possible to go through all these maps as well as the TDM. I'm Gilly, your host, and that's Colares, your analyst, and we are logging off for today. So thank you so much for tuning in. As a reminder, we are back on Friday. The only day off is tomorrow. So go enjoy yourself, touch some grass, have a shower, and we'll see you on Friday.